Oops. Oops. Sorry about that. Yo, no maniacs. Welcome into the show. Hey, one thing about the Nomad Network, you can come over here and enjoy some good Bears content, some other stuff on some extra sauce, but you can also enjoy some nice ass tunes when you come in here, man. So appreciate you guys for being here as everybody starts to trickle in. Got 13 so far, and everybody's going to come in. Got hella Bears conversation to talk about today. And also, once we spin it to the other side and go kind of to the dark side on some extra sauce, got hella conversation about, conspiracy theory-ish. We talked about it last week, but we gotta we promised that we will cover the updates on what's going on with this thing with 31 Atlas, and we will do that later on in the show. So stay tuned for that. Don't go nowhere, because if you do, you're gonna miss some good stuff. Trust me when I tell you, we got some stuff we're gonna cover there for that. But hey, thank you guys for being here. Welcome in. I see Crimson, the first one in. I'm stealing Kenz's job. I don't know why I'm doing that. So let me just shut up and just go ahead and alley-oop this thing over to Canada. Let's see what maple syrup does with me.
Hey, man. What's cracking? It's Wednesday. It's time for some extra sauce, extra maple syrup. Hear about that Canadian Eagle. I'm sure we'll be talking a little bit about him as we go today. Oh, yeah. But big love to the chat and everybody jumping in as we do about this time every Wednesday. Shout out to my guy underneath me. His name's Triple R. He represents Sports Chicago style. I'm Kedza Canuck. I represent Kedza Canuck right here on YouTube. By all means, give a like, share, subscribe. We are multi-streaming as we always do about this time. And give a little bit of love to my guy Nomad as well, right here at the Nomad Network. And speaking of love, let me give some love to those who are with us. Hey, looks like it's Crimson and Derek Guy. He's a super maniac. You should also be too. By all means, like, share, subscribe, give us a little bit of love. And we're going to get into it. And we're going to discuss this beloved team of ours, the Chicago Bears, among other things. But let me throw it down to my homie, Triple R, to give a little bit of love himself. What it do, my friend?
Hey, yeah, sorry to be distracted, but I got the Cubs game on.
Oh, okay.
And the catcher Miguel Amaya, the young guy that just came back up from injury, was running out a bunt to first, and he went down awkwardly with his knee kind of hyperextended when he hit the base, and they bringing out the cart on the baseball diamond for him.
Yeah.
Ooh, you don't see that shit,
right? That is throwing me off. And it's like, oh shit, the cart in Toronto for the oh no, that's not good. So it's like, yeah, sorry, Cubs.
Like he's got an overnight stay in Canada planned,
man. So and not the fun kind, because I was thinking when Nomad first said maple syrup, my thoughts went to maple syrup is good not only on like pancakes and waffles for breakfast, but like on ice cream for dessert, or like on your partner's nips for after dessert.
Whoa!
It's always delicious.
It is extra sauce. I haven't found anything it ain't good on. I have to say, by all means, sausages, maple syrup.
Oh, pause.
Oh man,
I'm serious.
No. The sausages, the bacon, like that maple syrup flavored meat. No diddy is so sweet and succulent, and so it's just like. I just want to take a cow and or pig and like put a hose straight into a maple tree and stuff that hose into that cow and or pig and let all those innards just soak up that maple syrup, and then like smoke them and fry them and roast them and bake them and saute them and just all the different ways that you can cook a cow and or pig. And with the maple syrup up in there, it's just ooh la la.
Jimmy Santilli says, let me put this up. He said, you guys are becoming Boris and Bernstein, only agreeing with each other 100% of the time, just like B&B. Man, Jimmy, how long have you been watching this show?
Wait, how can you not agree on maple syrup?
Like,
Jimmy's been watching for a while, but me and you generally don't agree about anything.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, how many for these two to get a room? Relax.
We done had damn near full-out fist fights on air, man. We hardly ever agree with each other, man. We fight all.
And don't bring up left tackle. Yeah, there's a source agreement there.
Oh yeah, we almost had that last week. Yeah, man, you knew, man.
Don't worry, give us 15 minutes, Jimmy, and you'll figure it out. This is not the Kumbaya show, man.
But as we keep it on, yeah, that's right. Subscribe to Kids of Canuck, because you got the sports fantasy and the betting, and Kids knows all about that stuff. So show them some love there north of the border. And then Sports Chicago Style, that's my content creation outlet, if you will. You know, and there's so many voices in your head. You just got to let those sons of bitches speak.
Wow.
And that's what we try to do there at Sports Chicago Style, with all our umbrella of content as we have coming out. And a shout out to the motherfucking dude.
Yes.
The place to be.
Big love to the dude. He's back.
Yeah, man. Listen, man. We got plenty of time to talk about these Bears, because I got plenty on the bullet points to discuss, man. It's a lot to talk about, man. When I say a lot, it's plenty of discussion. It's going to keep us here for a good while. But before we get all the way into it, which we're about to dive deeply, let's get some how we doing, Kez. How you doing in Canada, man? How's the family? How's the kids? How's life, man? How you doing? How you healthy? You feeling good?
Ain't feeling super duper healthy, but I'm trying to stay with my regimen and try to stay with with my diet. So there's that. My son's back in Calgary. All I can say is him coming down here, got to look at the kid. He's cut out of stone now, which is a new thing. Never seen that before. So he's 260 with a chiseled jaw. I've never seen that. Normally I see it, if he's at that weight, you can see a little bit hanging, but he's cut up, which is great. Happy to see that. Work is tough, man. I'm really getting into the swing of sales, but sales is something that, just for all y'all folks out there, sales is something that you gotta hustle all the time. And if you take a minute or two to deal with your account, sometimes other things slip. So to make matters worse, I'm well aware that this is holiday season. Things are super slow, and I knew it was going to hit me either in July or in August, and it looks like it's hitting me in August. So August is a slow month for me doing that. But hey, man, still hustling. The upside is I got some cool stuff lined up for September, so I ain't too worried about the world, man. Things will continue to move forward in the right way. But by all means, check out a dude on LinkedIn. He's doing some crazy stuff. But yeah, that's me. I'm living the dream right now. Just by proxy of the Hard Rock Casino, and those days that I'm not visiting the Hard Rock Casino are good days too.
You know what, man? You look like a damn poker player that's constantly losing his pants.
Yeah.
Well, I try to keep my pants on. Put that out there. I've given up on poker. I'll say this straight up. I've given up on poker because when I play with the homies, I get too smashed, and bad things occur. So I go to the casino, I play some craps. That's what I like to play. That's my game. Craps is fun as all hell. Ain't dice. Me and Nomad were talking the other day. Dice in the hood is one thing, and that's the first time I went to play craps.
Yeah, same difference.
It's not.
Close enough.
It's not, because
you
in the
making
hood,
points. You you 7-ing out. You getting money. You fading. It's the same.
It's not exactly the same.
I mean, it's the hoity-toity, if you will.
It's the
hoity-toity,
man.
Whereas dice is the hood version.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a relative. How about that?
It's the same thing, you bougie motherfucker.
It's similar. It's just the rules is different.
Well, and they don't have croupiers, if you will.
You know what I'm saying?
Ain't nobody be holding the money.
Ain't nobody coming and bringing you a cocktail, motherfucker. You gonna get a swallow of somebody 40-ounce, motherfucker. That's it.
I mean,
it's not
don't,
just
don't
that.
be wrapping your lips around it either. You water fountain that
motherfucker. Just for safety purposes. But yeah, no, man. That's my game. I go out there and I bust a little bit of craps. It's a whole community. Why I love it is it's a community thing, man. When you get to the table and things are hot, The whole table is hot. Like you can't
fade them. Fade them. Fade the
you know what I'm
hot
saying?
man.
You go and you play some blackjack. You're winning. Ain't nobody give a damn. You know what I'm saying?
You a new pair of shoes.
Nobody cares about your winnings at the blackjack table. You go to the craps table, you're winning. Everybody's winning. Everybody's hyped.
Kids, let me ask you a question, man.
It's
How far do you got to travel to get to the spot where you do your shit at?
Real talk, it ain't far, bro. Like it ain't.
Like, what ain't far? What ain't far? We talking 20, 30 minutes?
I'm talking probably, it's probably 10 minutes away.
Too close.
Oh, shit, that's too close, man.
You know what I'm saying? Like so I'm just thinking, so max 15 minutes, but it's because it's where they station it is. It's a little bit out of like, it's like in the boonies is kind of the best way to put it. But where I live is in the suburbs, so I can take like a back road that goes straight from my house to this joint. You know what I mean? It takes me 15 minutes. I'm there. Boom. I hit the craps table, have a little bit of fun on a Friday night, and that's what it is, man. I love it. But
they actually built a Hard Rock about 15 minutes away from me, and I have no desire to go.
Don't. Like I'm telling you right now, don't.
You know what I feel like though?
What?
I'm happy. I'm feeling glad. I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. My future is coming on. You know what I'm saying? That's what makes me happy, to know that my future's coming on.
Hey man,
So I don't need no craps. I don't need no poker. I don't need no roulette. I don't need no mahjong. I don't need no baccarat. I don't need none of that shit. That's all you doing is giving your money to the house. That's all that is. You might as well just pull up, be like, here's my few shekels, and then go and take your ass back home.
You see? That's how it was.
It's a double-sided thing, kid. You are so close to proximity to just prosperity is just there. And you are also close in proximity to destitution.
To peril, bro. It's proximity and peril. Like I'm with you.
I'm with you.
But for me, it's
razor's edge.
It's got a little bit more to do with the fact that I've more or less pushed all the other vices out of my life. I'm not drinking booze anymore. I'm not, like, if it's a party, I'll drink some booze. But like,
well, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not drinking. I'm not smoking. And I'm bringing down the food case scenario, so I have to have some level of excitement and fun in the world. So that's kind of all I got left. A little bit of dopamine in my system.
Why don't you flip the craps into sports betting, sports gambling? That's where it's at.
You should be well aware that this is also in the mix here, right? Like, I'm just saying.
It's all in the repertoire for him, man. It's all in the script for him. It's all that shit's mixed up in a nice ass gumbo.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet mostly on UFC and obviously NFL football, but my sports betting is low. I don't put a lot of. For both things, I have like a number for the season. Like for the NFL season, I have a number that I put down. Put that money in an account. It's actually usually in crypto. Pull it out, so it makes a little bit of money while it's sitting, during the week, and bet my money.
Bringing out crypto wallets, phone apps, and membership cards. And
Crimson said, if I'm willing to bet more than $1, you better be careful because I probably know something your ass don't.
That's how it's so funny, Crimson, because that's how I used to be. And then I stopped, you know what I mean? I stopped drinking and smoking. I just don't
need an outlet for your vices.
That's it. I don't care so much anymore.
So now you're just a degenerate gambler instead.
Unfortunately, that is what I've become. But the fact is, I was gonna blow $200 that weekend on booze and smoking anyway.
Baller, look at you blowing 200.
Kids, you look like you might sell your kids' school clothes.
My kids done graduate school already. You know what I'm saying? Like my kids in university now. You buy his own damn
disposable income now.
You buy his own damn clothes. I'm good to go. So we straight over here, man. It's anyways. It's just a little bit of
fun. But see why you bullshitting. Kez got to remember 260 and chiseled Okay, grandpa kids.
Uh-oh.
Watch out now.
Hey, one more again with that. You can buy your own clothes. You know what I'm saying? Like you can buy clothes for him too. Grandpa kids will show up with some candy and like I don't know, some cheap. Shut your mouth. Well, that's about it. Best part is I can give him back at the end of the weekend. You know what I'm saying? Here you go.
Or his probably watch it be a little girl, and as soon as grandpa kids see her, it's like, oh, we have to go to American Doll Place, and we have to go here and shopping because this is my grandbaby, and she's gonna be the princess.
What are you doing to me, man? What are you doing? And you know that's on the docket somewhere too. I just told him to be cool, man. You got to be cool. Just get out of school first.
Hey, as long as you told him to put a helmet on that soldier before he goes into battle.
Hey, kids, before I throw the trip to see how he's been doing, man, I got one question for you. Has it ever gotten so bad that you had to hit the pawn shop?
No.
Never had to hit the pawn shop. Okay.
No,
never.
Ever.
A little bit. You're ahead of the game a little bit, I would say.
No,
never.
No. The worst that it's ever got was that I had to borrow money from myself, and I'm not talking an extreme amount of money. That's all. I haven't had to go to anybody else and be like, "Hey, bro, like I'm hurting. Can you help me out?" You know what I mean? No. It was like I have my own little savings I can dip into, grab a couple of bucks here and there if I need to. Really don't want to do that, but like it's funny I'm even admitting this because after I did that, I hit hard. You know what I mean? Like I made like $5,000 at the casino right after, and read up my little investment. Back at it. So
recoup.
Hey, you know what that looks like in the hood in a real dice game? It'd be like, Negro, I'll be right back. And mother leave and go lead the game. He'll go to the house and hit that Nike box for a little change and come back to the game and lose that shit.
Oh, you talking about Ashy Larry?
It's Ashy Larry every month.
Yeah, that's the beauty of those skits. That's because it's based on real life. Because we all know that person that whatever the skit was, in this case, Ashy Larry, we know that dude. Because that's that dude over there. And it's like, oh, shit, Ashy Larry, I see you.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's why I can't. If you're playing dice in the hood, this is the difference. You're going to the pawn shop after if you screw up.
Nobody go to the pawn shop, man. You going to that motherfucker that be hustling. I'll front you a few thousand or something like that. There ain't no pawn shop shit going on.
I hope not. I'm just saying.
Shit, I mean, so now I got a question for you, kids. Speaking of, did y'all ever play pitching pennies?
Yeah.
Where you gotta get the
like Michael Jordan
line to the line in the sidewalk, and the closest one wins. Yeah. Now, did you ever play Get Like Me?
No.
That's basically you whoever's calling it. If it lands heads, if you land heads, you win. But if you land tails, I win. So it's basically match my heads or tails.
Match my flip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you start like with pennies or like, but you a baller. You be playing with like quarters and shit though. So,
Canadian money, man. It's still 15% cheaper than yours. So
okay.
It's
but these were just like hood games that you played with pennies. Literally pennies.
We definitely pitched pennies. Yo, we used to do it all the time too. That was some dumb shit. But we used to do it all the time in my boy's basement. And you come out there with like enough. It was always somebody trying to get enough money to go get a drink at the corner store. That's how it all that was always the impetus of penny pitching. Man, I'm broke. Oh shit, I got a pocket full of, y'all want to pitch pennies? And next thing you know, he's out. Like he gets a couple bucks. He's like, oh, I gotta go. And he disappears, comes back with a Coke and a bag of Doritos. That's what it is.
All right, Trip. So how's your life been, man? How you doing, man?
I'm coolest. You know how it is sometimes when you want things to be so right, almost, dare I say, perfect, that you spend your your wheels in the quicksand of the minutia of it all. It's a lot of that going on. And aside from, the regular process, but it's just trying to, let's just say, a project. And it's like, it's just not right. But I just want to it's ready. It's just like, just throw it out there. Just throw it out there. Just see what happens. We good. But then it's like, no, fuck that. It could be better here. It could be better there. So I'm in that internal dilemma, debate of directions, of messaging, of vision, that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's the creative process. Us genius as we are, being the creators that we are. To you understand, but to you normies, y'all don't get it. Just imagine being, do I go left or do I go right? Or do I go straight? Because if I go straight, I can go around and meet up at the same spot. But if I go left, I go that way. And if I go right, and then you just kind of sit there at the light for a minute. It's like, I'm sitting there at the light right now in this decision. So that's where I'm at, kind of.
Oh man. You know what, man? I've been hella busy this week. Well, first thing, let me get the bad news out of the way. Is my van broke down again. My girlfriend, man. God bless her, man. But tell you, some females, man, they just that car can be on fire right in front of her in the hood. Fire flames coming out of that thing. But as long as it's driving, there's no reason to stop. Just keep driving it to the house.
So all those lights and shit flashing on the dashboard, that don't mean nothing.
Nothing. Man, she calls me. What was it? One of the off days. We wasn't doing the show. She calls me about 11:30. Hey, I can't. The car won't go. I'm giving it gas and it won't move. I'm like, okay. Anyway, long story short, got the problem. We think we figured out what's going on. Put it in the shop today. Yeah, that was going on, but that's a pain in my ass. I ain't gonna even lie to you, man. This dealing with a woman that just don't listen, don't pay attention to the signs. Like it's an older vehicle. It's not like a new van. It's a little older vehicle. So when I'm riding that motherfucker, I'm pulling it, I'm turning the window down. I'm listening for shit, make sure everything's flowing right, man. You know what I'm saying? It's not like a brand new car where you can just get in and turn the key and go. You got to pay attention to the fucking vehicle, man. So she just be driving the motherfucker, man. And anyway, long story short, so what have I been doing this week? Busy as shit. We have a new podcast is getting ready to come out. Not going to leak the details of that, but familiarity is familiarity. You guys are familiar with these folks. They're coming up with the name of the show. Once they tie that down, the next 24 to 48 hours, we'll start kind of promo on the show, giving it some a little advertisement, putting it out there so you guys will know what to get ready for. But happy about that. Already starting to do some intro stuff for it. But mostly this week, I've been hella busy trying to get music together for you two guys and making sure that, like, actually, what kids asked me for actually challenged me for the first time I was producing music. Because what he asked me for, and I'm just putting it out there, kids, I know you don't mind me talking about it. What he asked me for was unique. He asked for, give me something Game of Thrones theme-ish with horns, oboes, and strings, and all this kind of stuff going on. And I'm just like, what that sounds like you want a goddamn soundtrack, man. And so I had to take that mindset into making that, composing that. And I gave him some. Right now, how he reacts live on the show will be my first reaction from kids about that music. So I was busy doing that, sent that track to him, started on Trip's stuff. He's doing Trip Kundo on his channel, on his new channel. And I gave him something that I thought was more of an up-tempo joint, but he says he wants to use it for stretching and doing all that kind of stuff. And so I got to go back to the drawing board with the next level of what he's going to do. So that's what I've been busy doing, man. I so appreciate and love these guys. And the brotherhood between us is real. And that's the least I can do for them, always being there for whatever we're doing on the channel, is make them something that they could use. And so that's just where I've been at all week.
So I didn't really get a chance to sit down and listen to it other than when you played it for me on Sunday. So you played it for me on.
No. I completely remixed it.
I know. So you finished it. That was your message to me. Is you finished it. I just been locked down with work, trying to grind out and get some business driven. Right, that's just where my head's been, and I haven't had the chance to actually sit down and listen to it. But what you played for me on Sunday was very creative. It was a very good look at what I was asking for, to be honest with you.
Wait a minute. What I sent you in that drive, you haven't heard?
I haven't listened to it yet. If you want to play it right now, you'll get my. I'm not, man. I haven't had the chance to go check it yet.
You play it. It's your track. You play it.
Yeah, but now I gotta go find it. Damn it! I bet you have it at your fingertips.
No, I don't. And you have it at your fingertips. All you gotta do is put it in there in the media stuff down at the bottom of audio. Trust me, I think the remix version of it, because and Crimson, you're in the chat right now. I actually took what you advised about that track, that it needed brass. I agree with that, especially after I listened to it again. I definitely went there on this remix version of it. I think you guys will like it. I hope Keds likes it. That's what's all important.
You still searching for it?
It's in his drive.
Yeah, there's downloads.
You should add clips to that shared drive too, by the way, kids.
And uploading. So yeah, that's what you get here at Nomad Network. You get not only Bears talk, but you get personal life. Hey, how you doing? What's going on? Hey,
so how'd you like the joint I sent you?
And then what's going on with the music? See, hold up. See, I don't know if I play it.
You don't play it in here because it won't sound right. I'll put
it was cool. See, I was see what you were saying for the slower, the foundation.
I thought it was more up tempo, Trip.
See, I don't know.
That was the idea.
Yeah, well, yeah, but when I listen to it, my vision goes foundation.
Okay. Well, you have to.
I would feel.
You want me to send you a slower version of it, or can you do that on your own?
Well, I did a little thing where I slowed down the pitch a little bit to give a little more twang, and it's like, oh, that kind of sounds pretty, kind of ding dong, ding dong. Not, not that extreme, but that kind of sound to it. So it's just slow to pitch down like 2-3 beats.
How'd you slow it down? What were you using? You put it in a DAW?
No, I put it in Audacity.
A DAW. Cool. That's what I wanted to.
Oh, is that what you call it?
That's what you're called.
I got digital. I had that on my very first laptop.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what the kids call it, a DAW.
That's what the kids call it, or the
digital something workstation.
Digital audio workstation, if you will.
Yeah, and I just slowed it down a little bit. And so that's what it just gives me more of the foundation feel, to whereas the flow, I see what you're saying, and it's like, that's more of a rhythmic. It's just a different vibe. I gotta explain the vibe. It's just different.
Did it touch the bloodline of where you was trying to go?
Yeah, because it's got the hints, the accents, the flavor, if you will, of the little Asian thing going on. It's got a nice little beat to it. And it's a good pace, but it didn't hit me as the flow, and it's definitely not the fight. So that's why I was like, this fits more foundationally, whereas I see where you say if it's just more of a slower chime, or, what do you call that thing when you meditation kind of melody kind of thing?
Scripturally,
So where it's like you play a sound and you just let it echo out for a little bit, and you put a little beat behind that, just very subtle. Something that you listen to like in, Pilates or yoga or Tai Chi.
Yeah. I got work to do on the other two, but I'll get them. Don't worry about it.
Right.
So did you want me to rock it or what?
That's up to you. It's your shit.
All right, let's
that's what we was waiting on.
let's vibe out for a couple minutes here.
For the remix.
Gotta turn it up, man.
All right.
Right now, I got to speed that up.
You got to speed it up.
I feel like it.
No,
that's
no.
nice right there. Yeah, that's the kind of theme song you would expect if you had a family reunion and an orgy breakout. You know, that's that kind of Game of Thrones kind of vibe to it. Where
He said hip hop. You said hip hop, Game of Thrones.
You said family reunion orgy?
Well, it's a Game of Thrones kind of vibe, ain't it?
I'm sorry, I had to check you on that one. Okay.
Yeah, you know, it's like you went with all your peoples, and it's like you looking good. And it's like, shit, you looking good. And then it jump off, and it's like, damn, well, I ain't know grandma looked that good, or you know, cousin or auntie or uncle, or whatever the case may be. It's a family reunion, so everybody's just getting freaky deaky, you know.
Wow. Yeah, I never been to that kind of family reunion.
Well, Game of Thrones, ain't that what they was on?
It was what they was on. It was what they was on. So I understand the comment.
Yeah.
You wanted horns and brass, Crimson. I tried to deliver there.
I think you did a great job, man. Let me see what I can. Let me see how it works with what I have already. I think it's fast enough. I'll be honest with you from a tempo perspective with what I did.
Hold on. Before you go any further, Crimson, he wanted mean, he wanted dark. That's what he asked for.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted dark. He wanted Game of Thrones-ish, and a lot of strings, a lot of horns. That's what I tried to do. That's why it sounds like that.
Yeah, that's what I asked for. So, I asked for something else since we're on the topic, and then we'll get to Bears football. So my kid raps. He's actually really good. So I'm sure you might be able to do some more new school type stuff. You know, new school soulful shit. So I'll put that.
You ain't finna play that, are you?
Huh? No, I'm not playing it. No, I'm not playing his music. No.
I was about to say, because I don't know. I know where that music came from. I don't know about where his came from.
Yeah, no. And that's why I'm asking. That's why I'm bringing it up to you. So he's more or less connected to a couple of guys on YouTube that he's getting beats from, or Bandcamp that he's getting beats from. But I don't trust it. It's not.
Yes, I would love to flower that young man and his budding career. I would love to do it. He's just gotta let me know what it is.
I'll play you some of his stuff and just so you can get a feel for what he's trying to do, and I'm sure you can do something with it. It's just more like he just like soul beats, like soul hip hop beats, and I'll show you what I mean after.
All right. I'll hold you to that. Before we go any further, let me, Trips, if you want me to, it's up to you. I'll pull up your stuff. It's up to you.
Yeah.
Let me add it. Hold on for a second.
Playing show and tell and such.
I'll pull up Trips' thing.
Or in this case, play and listen.
Let me see. I don't know how people gonna react to it, but Trips wanted an
Who gives a fuck how they react to it? It's not their shit.
I give a fuck.
Damn.
Trips wanted an Asian themed hip hop type of track. Let me find it.
Shit. They can like it if they cannot like it.
A little more up tempo. That's what he asked for.
Here's D Nice jumping in.
Let me see here. Hold on. Why ain't this thing? What's going on here? I got to get rid of something. Hold on. All right. I should be able to pull it up now. Trip on an Asian themed workout track. This, I thought it was up tempo, but here it goes. Y'all ready?
Go.
I think that was enough. What you guys think? That's about as.
Is that the same one?
That's about as Asian. Is it?
I think so.
Wait a minute.
Dumber out there kung fu chopping people. But
is that what I sent you, Trip?
I think so. Yeah, that's it.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, that's cool. That was it just sounded different for some reason.
It might be different. I might have let me see something. Let me make sure because I'm not sure if that's the one I sent you.
Yeah, that's it.
All right. That's it. All right.
Yeah, that's cool.
All right. Let's see what
Did you just hear that what I just played? Did you are you all able to hear that?
Play it again.
Hold on.
Damn. Minister Charles, you're gonna drop some weight, dog.
I gave you that's a remix version of it.
Oh, okay, that's why it's different then. So what you just played isn't what you sent me.
All right, so I gotta find where I put that at.
So you got to work out these little things. Yeah, because that sounds cool for what you need for what I need for the flow, but that's like a different version of what you sent me though.
Yeah, I got to figure out what is the name of that I sent you.
Work. And there was numbers after it. Work 8, 12, 25.
All right, I get it now. I gave you the slim down version. I just played the slim down version of the remix shit I gave you.
Oh, okay, yeah. So send me that one. Yeah, that's cool right there. That's dope.
Hold on. Son of a bitch. You don't the one you just played is better than the one I just. All right, this is the one I sent you, I think. I got to get rid of some shit again.
Yeah, you got to label them nicely. Delete.
My bad, y'all. I didn't give y'all what I actually sent him. But we finna get it right now.
See, you got a dope ass compliment there from Don Burr. He said Bruce Lee would love that beat.
Bruce Leroy would too. Here we go.
Don't know. Oh, I like this one better because it's lower. Yeah, this is nicer, bro.
Well, you see here, here's the thing.
Hold on.
Yeah, I like this. I like this better. Good dope.
So here's the thing. I like it. How about like the first version? I like that for the flow. This version that you just played right here, just slow it down a couple BPMs.
So that's the only problem you have with that is just the BPMs?
Yeah, it's just a little too fast.
And you want to do your stretching shit.
Yeah, yeah. The second version you played, I want to use that for the stretching, for the breathing. You know, where you breathe in through your nose, you expand your belly, you feel your muscles and your joints loosening and all that stuff, and you get that playing in the background, very soft, so you can focus on your breathing, on your heart rate, on just your body in general. Whereas the first version feels good for the flow, where you develop that repetition and you're doing the drills and you
You
can
want
kind
that
of
version of it?
yeah, the first one you played, that's just rename it the flow. That's what
All
it
right.
is.
All right.
And
Hold
then
on.
the second version, just slow the
So I
BPMs
got.
down a little bit.
So you telling me I got 2 of them done? All I need to do is get the aggressive one done.
There it is.
All right. Easy peasy. I can get mean in the motherfucker.
I like that because you can use them for 2 different purposes. But I'm with Trip. If you keep them the same tempo, you know what I mean. Try and match the tempo. You can use them for different things.
Well, that's what and it's also kind of a vibe of reusing the same thing but different,
Yeah,
which is
that's what
kind
I
of the
mean.
vibe of Trip Kundo with the foundation, the flow, and the fight, where we go over real life scenarios in a self defense situation. It's like, all right, you want to do this block or this kick or this strike or this hold or this turn or this pivot and put it all together. So the foundation is, utilizing those moves, stretching out those muscle groups, elongating those muscles and getting the mobility in the joints, whether it be the fingers, the wrists, the elbows, the shoulder, the neck, the spine, the waist, the hip, the knees, the ankles, and the toes, and you put it all that together, and then you feel all that. That's the foundation. And then the flow, you built that muscle memory. As I said, you get the repetitiveness, you put it all in a fluidity with the momentum that leads into the next thing, into the next thing, into the next thing. And then the fight is the actual utilization of those, where it's like you're doing fucking drills, and it's like, yo, you in a situation where you have to utilize these moves to save your life, possibly. So using the attitude variations from inward to more chill to more, yeah, this is serious, but with the same moves. And then every week do different scenarios using different of the self-defense tools that you have in your basic tool bag of whoop ass. So every week we pull out different tools and drill those and make those exercise. Now there's the standing versions, there's seated versions, where you're in a like a waiting room and you're facing front, and then the versions where you're turned to the side and like your left or your right side, so you got to drill those. So it's a whole thing. And it's just like, oh shit, I was like the creation and getting rid of the aspects you don't need and utilizing the ones you do. But it's like, fuck, it's just.
You're gonna be getting your ass whooped like that Martin character, ain't you?
Hey. No, see, but that's the thing, though. It's not about getting your ass whooped. It's just about having the tools necessary that if somebody's stepping to you, you can handle that shit.
Man, I miss Martin Lawrence, man. I just got me on another level, man. He used to be out there doing corny ass stuff, man, and it was great. I miss Martin Lawrence.
When he was Black Belt Jones,
all that stuff, man. He was always walking into the bedroom, coming out with a costume on, or coming out the front door with some sort of different version of himself. It was always funny, man. I miss Martin Lawrence, man.
Shout out to the Bishop up in here, Marlon Johnson. Who else has just came through here just recently? Levante, of course, Dante Purify, all the people, Minister Charles Johnson, everybody just busted up in here. Welcome. All right, man. Listen, we've spent damn near an hour just talking about off-topic stuff, but let's get to the nitty-gritty, and that is, let's just start with recent moves that the Chicago Bears have made. Let me fix the screen, and we'll just talk about this, man. And that is, we've signed safety Mark Perry, cornerback Mekhi Garner, cornerback Caleb Hayes, safety Millard Bradford. We released Jonathan Kim, kicker, wide receiver John Jackson, thank God, Amir Speed, cornerback, safety Major Burns. Let's talk about that a little bit, man. What do you guys think, man?
Mr. Player Friendly.
Man, come on, man. I mean, if he was a real serious player, man, I would have no problem defending him, man.
That's just Caleb's boy.
Yeah, you just hear on with some goddamn what they call those things when you go overseas. You got to get he travel checks, man. You bullshit, man. He's not real.
He's on a visa on the team.
He is. He does have traveler's checks and or some sort of pass to be there. Real talk. He shouldn't. You're messing around when John Jackson is a member of this 90-man squad. Like, there's no reason for him to be on the team. So, see you later. Real talk though, John Kim should be on the team. I'm still, just because Cairo Santos kicked the 57-yarder once in his life. Y'all get rid of John Kim. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure that was the smartest thing to do. But hey,
but how much of a leg battle can you have though? Because Santos has a track record of kicking in Soldier Field. You know, he's been consistent, and now he's coming back kicking 57-yarders. Ryan Poles looked out there and said, "Yeah, Mr. Kim, we good." You know what I'm saying? Because you got a leg as well, but you are an unproven commodity. We don't know, but we got this dude under contract. He can do what you can do, and you're not kicking 70-yarders, so you're expendable. Good luck. Maybe we'll see you down the road.
Well, let's just hope we don't need to kick too many 63-plus yarders, right?
You know what I'm saying? That's not the ideal. That's not the ideal, but it's nice to have, a nice tool to have in your bag if you need it.
I would almost say I'm surprised by the Major Burns thing, but I believe he's hurt.
Yeah, he got hurt.
I should have put that on there. He got hurt with an injury destination. Yeah. He's basically what it sounds like is he's hurt and he's got a choice whether to have them declare him as a free agent. He goes somewhere else, or he stay here in Chicago for the year and rehab and go through his process and get another camp try next year. Like kind of like what happened to what's his name, Ian Wheeler last year.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, but we'll see what happens with Major Burns down the road. I still just had a problem with his name. Like, I hate to say it sounds so stupid, but it's really true, man. I don't the level of jokes that are waiting to be lined up by announcers everywhere. Anyhow, Amir Speed. Here's why this upsets me a little bit. They decided to retain Amir Speed over my boy Reddy Stewart. And Reddy Stewart, I believe, is in Minnesota of all places. We got to go see them in a couple of weeks, right? I thought Reddy Stewart was a guy, and he's a guy, bro. Like, he got on the field a couple of times, and in those times did some things. He got an interception in one of his few.
Hey, kids, you know what's funny about this whole conversation about Amir Speed and Reddy Stewart? Is that was one of the moves that was made pre-Dennis Allen. That was before Dennis Allen got here. That move was made like pretty much right after the season. And so before they got Dennis Allen, that move was made. I think if Dennis Allen had something to say about that,
never would have happened. I'm with you, because just look at what we're looking at here on the other side. All DBs, yo. I mean, it was like we got rid of all these guys. We just cut bait on some humanity. We're bringing in beef in this secondary because we can. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, if you look at
a bunch of safeties, here we are.
And they all are pretty much identical size-wise, 6 feet tall, 210 pounds. Both cornerbacks, Garner Hayes and safety Bradford. So the size and maybe the shiftiness to go from cornerback to safety. You know, I don't know how they're divvying up the positional reps out there, you know, between the cornerbacks and the safeties. Are they flipping a cornerback to safety? You know, do they like both of these cornerbacks as cornerbacks, or they like one as a safety? You know, it's still a work in progress.
I will say that I got my eyes on all these guys, and what's notable about every one of them, I think Caleb Hayes is a reach. Number one, I think he might come here and swim, but he's a ball hawk now. He's a ball hawk. He gets his hands on the ball. That's probably why they're bringing him here. Mekhi Garner is a guy that really sticks out to me. I was on him maybe 2-3 years ago. Maybe it's a couple of years ago, but I was on him. I think he's out of LSU, I believe. And he was a guy. Now he's one of those guys that's like 6'2", 212. I wonder if they'll give him safety reps while he's here, and just to see what'll happen. But they're definitely here to fill in spaces until some guys get healthy. Now, what they do with like Mekhi Garner and Millard Bradford, another bigger cornerback. Well, he's a safety, but the guy to keep an eye on is Mekhi Garner, in my opinion. Mekhi Garner and maybe Millard Bradford. I think those guys. I think Mark Perry is a box safety purely. You know what I mean? He's basically, it's like looking at Jonathan Owens. He's a box safety. So the guy to look at, really, the circle here is Mekhi Garner, and the other one is Millard Bradford, the corner and the safety. Those are the guys to pay attention to. See what they do with them in camp. They've got some significant, like anybody that comes from LSU, you got to take a hard look at them, because it's so deep at a school like that. You just never know what you might be passing up by just letting this guy come in as a camp body. He might have something. Maybe you throw him back there safety, but those are two guys, Mekhi Garner and Millard Bradford, to pay attention to.
All right. That's cool. kind of my thoughts on this as well. I think Mekhi Garner is a guy that we should pay a little bit more attention to. I think he may find his way onto this team. Not as familiar with Caleb Hayes, and I'm interested in these safeties here, just with respect to whether Jonathan Owens sticks with this team.
That these ain't the kind of guys. We're too deep in the camp, kids. I don't like one of these guys would have to blow the lid off shit. You know what I mean? At this point, because they've got so much time in camp, so much time in the system. There could be, I know you like, we can do better than Jonathan Owens. Jonathan Owens was stuck in a position last year to play out of position. He was stuck playing free safety. He's a box safety. Yeah. But he had to play out high because we had injuries. You know what I mean? That's just the way it was. But, I'm confident in Jonathan Owens if you keep him at a certain role. You play him out high, if we end up just completely decrepit at the safety position, you got to play him high, we're in trouble. But hopefully, I'm gonna knock on wood, hopefully we'll stay healthy enough where he doesn't have to play free safety. He's leaking there, but these, like Millard Bradford, they like the TCU guys. He came from that TCU, that class that went to the national championship. There's a bunch of dudes on that team in that class. So he's one of them. We got like 3 or 4 TCU dudes on this roster right now. Who stays and who goes, I don't know, but they like that roster, man. It's a few guys like Mekhi Garner in particular. There's a reason why he's out there. You know what I mean? Why he's just available. He got drafted by the Philadelphia Eagles, who's loaded at certain positions, and that's just one of the positions. He's a quality corner, just came into a loaded group. You know what I mean? So he's out there. They were smart to grab this kid, man, straight up.
Yeah, no, they doubled back into the draft to get a safety. So I mean, to get a corner and Cooper DeJean as well. So they're fine over there. I guess they just didn't need him. Works out for us. I think he may find his way onto the squad, but we'll have to see.
So let me ask the first question outside of that. Are we concerned about the health of the DB room? That's one of the rooms everybody is over the moon about that group. I'm one of them. I'll just start off and say just this simply before I let you guys go. I'm not overly concerned. I think this is basically par for the course halfway through camp. You get some guys that are going to come up a little bit injured. Some guys are going to be a little nicked up. You're going to have a couple of, pulls here and there. It's just normal stuff. I think the Bears fan base, talking about the talking heads, the media, they make more out of it than what it is. It's just par for the course for a training camp. After a while, some guys are going to come up a little gimpy. That's just the way it is.
I'm I don't know about anybody else, but that's the one. Linebacker room starting to smell like that too. But that's the one position that I'm not really worried about from a depth perspective. I like what Terrell Smith brings to the table, and he's the third guy. Now we've also got Nashawn Wright, who seems to be playing quite well. His physical measurables, that's going to pose problems for wide receivers, period, right? Like that's a different, if you have speed like that and length, height, it's an interesting combination at the, in the secondary. So I'm not really worried about it. I also like Al Harris, and I think he's got an eye for this. I know Dennis Allen has an eye for it. So I'm just concerned with, the Bishop is concerned with soft tissue injuries, which I could argue with that. I'm concerned with just the fact that Jalen may, like I said on Sunday, he might be out a little bit longer than expected.
Well, now with that and your inside sources, according to Coach Johnson, Jalen or somebody in the presser, they said Jalen's on schedule to be back week 1.
Okay.
Be able to play week 1. And so it's like, all right, cool. But soft tissue injuries are one thing with the hammies and such. And Terrell Smith, as long as he can stay on the field, cool. But I'm not tripping over these dings and dangs and soft tissue injuries when around the league so many guys are going out for the season, with various injuries. So it's like, we'll deal with what we got to deal with, and because it's not horrible. I mean, it's not ideal. Any injury is not ideal, but these guys are projected to be back, sooner rather than like 2026.
That's something I was going to bring up on some extra sauce is like, we're lucky. We're lucky. We're talking about, I've seen at least 4 or 5 incidences in camps so far where guys are getting carted off the field. Key players like Minnesota's receiving corp is they're struggling. They're really struggling. Rondale Moore is gone. They're not going to have Addison for the first 3 games. Rondale Moore he's done for the year.
What happened to Rondale Moore?
Moore, I think he got carted off.
Yeah, knee.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's a lot of dudes, man.
So they're down to like
Chop Robinson got carted off today. Let me see. Some other cats got carted off.
That left tackle that went out last week for the Chargers.
Yeah.
Rashawn
Slater. He got carted.
Chop is in Colts, isn't he?
Chop is with the Miami Dolphins, man.
Dolphins, okay.
Oh, snap.
They
had that joint practice with Detroit.
Like Jordan Love, like Scrolls is saying in the chat, Jordan Love's got a thumb. He had to have a procedure on it. I don't know if that's going to be something I don't even know what hand it's on, Scrolls, to be honest with you. But I don't think, didn't sound like nothing that anybody needs to be concerned, but it's major injuries, man. We talking about Alexander Madison, again, with the Dolphins. He was supposed to be their number 2 guy. Carted off, done for the year. So we're fortunate, man, that all we got is guys with soft tissue shit, and I'm not going to do it one more time. I'm just glad that we're getting through this hard part of training camp. Now they're getting ready to, after this next joint practice, they'll kind of take it easy a little bit as a precaution to get ready to, that last dress rehearsal, that last preseason game, and get ready for the season. But after this joint practice and this preseason game, they'll dial it back significantly. So hopefully we'll get through this without too much damage, man. But a lot of teams are dealing with significant issues right now. Miami being one of the teams that comes to the top of mind. Minnesota being another one. That one with Trips has got to mention it out in LA with the Chargers, man. They lost their starting left tackle. You know what I mean? He just got a big contract. Yeah.
Like that week.
So yeah, it's rough out there, man. It's rough out there.
Now let me ask you this, Nomad. If you were a player and you looking forward to the season, you just signed that multi-million-dollar deal, and then you get hurt. Obviously, you're disappointed. But does that new contract, does that soften the blow a little bit?
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
I appreciate your honesty.
What's that, a trick question? Shit, hell yeah.
I was expecting, no, fuck that money. I want to be on the field playing.
Oh,
that's the difference is insurance, right? If you got that money, you can go and pay for your own insurance because they don't just give that away. And
hey, mama,
you might have it baked into your contract, right? So you're fine.
It's like, hey, mama, y'all want to come out here? We got a swimming pool.
You know what I'm saying? We swimming, yo. I got a rehab.
Yeah, where my crutches at? Let me go on out to this pool.
I got a rehab in the pool, so we out here all day. We playing.
Hey, bring that remote so I can turn on this TV. Okay. So I mean, so he gonna, obviously it's disappointing. You hope his career is all right because they were saying this patella injury. So it's just like, big guys like that, the odds of coming back are like very nil, and especially coming back 100%, that's not happening. So I mean, literally, bro's career could be over. Any one of these guys, any play could be over. But these guys that are out, we know that their shit's out. So and it was who was it? Golf or not golf, but quarterback for the Rams or Stafford with the bad back.
Yeah, but Stafford he's had a bad back for about 6 years now. Like,
so this ain't new.
But before you go any further, though, Trip, one thing I can speak to is I had a couple of teammates that had to deal with injuries like that and had to be on the lam for pretty much a year. You got to go check them, man, because the worst thing about it is you got at least a couple of months with immobility, and what you can do as far as damage to your body and just really fuck your shit up is just do too much eating. Drink, just most of the time it's just eating everything because you can't do nothing. Got to be immobile so that your shit heals right, and so that when it's done, and they give you the green light to go start the process to get yourself back on track. Now you done sit up there like an offensive lineman. Yeah, you gotta stay away from the goddamn chips. You gotta stay with all that ice cream. You gotta stay away from all that good shit, man. You gotta leave that alone. I had to go check a couple of my teammates while I was in college. Like, dog, man, we taking this out the freezer right now. This coming out the refrigerator because you ain't gonna be worth shit next year. You eating all this shit, man. Got his girlfriend going to the store 2 and 3 times a day.
Damn,
you can really fuck yourself, man, when you're in a situation like that. So even though he's paid, this could be like, hey, man, I don't got to worry about shit. Or it could be, I got to get back out there. One of those two mindsets will emerge with that guy.
You can do the Triple H thing.
Now, don't sleep on the psychological aspects of the injury because you're saying like the guy's eating because he's an athlete, he's big, he's used to eating, his body's been burning that stuff. So it's like, yeah, I'm hungry, but now he's sedentary, he can't move, and then like the depression aspect kicks in. Because now he's eating the food because it's comforting, and so it's like, yeah, go on, girl, give me another like gallon of that ice cream. You know the shit I like, and don't forget the chocolate syrup and the nuts and the marshmallows.
A whole gallon,
man. I hope he ain't listening to this show. You know what I mean? You're laying it on thick, dog. You're laying it on thick.
I mean, well, when you have your nighttime before bed ice cream, you just don't want ice cream. You want to make it a sundae. Because you got to have it healthy, so you put in a few cherries and a banana. You know what I'm saying? That's fruit, so that's healthy. So it's like, okay, you're happy, and then you got the whipped cream and the nuts, and that's just that help you cope. And then you have one of those every night before bed while you can't get up and exercise. What do you think will happen?
Hey, Trips, remember that time they asked Darnell about his body transformation? What he had to do? What did he do to change his habits to get where he needed to be? He was just like, man, I had to change my mindset, like in the middle of the night, thinking like that honey bun ain't gonna hurt. That little honey bun ain't gonna hurt. That little shit like that in the middle of the night. What you doing eating a fucking honey bun, man?
Just a little late night snack. While you get up, you go potty, you go tinkle, you have a honey bun, and you go back to bed. I mean, that's normal.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't, man.
I mean, and then I suppose I didn't hear him say he's brushing his teeth after that either. All that sugar up in there.
No, that ain't normal, Trips. That's big back shit.
Well, yeah, a little snack.
That's big back shit.
And then it's like, is it the glazed honey bun, or is it just like cake honey bun?
It's kind of shit that happens when your back of your legs get all black and shit because your ass big and out of shape. I'm talking about the creasing between your knee and your thigh. Now all that shit get all black, back of your neck get all black. You just fat and just disgusting.
I mean, like in your house, if you get a box of like those drumsticks or ice cream sandwiches that come in a box of 6, how many hours would that last in your house?
Keith Harris just hit
Wait, say that again. Ask me again, Trips.
If you get go to the freezer section of your store and get one like the drumsticks or the ice cream sandwiches or the Dove bars, and you get like a pack of 6 in a box, how many hours would that last in your house?
It'll last because ain't nobody in the house. That my girlfriend will eat the shit out them drumsticks. I don't eat ice cream.
So should a box of 6 2 days?
Bruh.
Yeah, it'll last a week.
You bought one at the Costco there. And I was like, baby, you're killing me, man. But she bought one. She bought a box of them shits. Them ice cream sandwiches, bruh. Man, I forgot how good ice cream sandwiches were. I'm just saying.
They go down smooth, don't they?
Oh, buddy. Yeah,
especially like a little something. You watching something before you go to bed, and it's like I got a little taste.
You know what used to be?
Ice cream sandwich. That would be delicious.
I used to love those, but you know what? Really, my if it was something like in the freezer that might be in trouble, and my girlfriend's bought them recently, and they still in there. Is those goddamn Snicker ice cream bars. Those motherfuckers good.
Oh, you know what's like we got some healthy shit now. So there's we on some healthy stuff. Like I was laughing at Keith's comment there because Keith's like, how does throwing bananas and cherries in the sundae make it healthy? It just doesn't make it any more healthy at all. I was kind of laughing at the same thing because that's like the common misconception. Oh, I got some fruit in here. It's healthy.
It's already you doomed from the start. I don't care how many cherries
you got ice cream, chocolate syrup. Whipped cream,
healthy, though.
Throw some protein in.
They counteracts. They contradicts each other.
No, not at all. But we got so at the Costco, they're selling dark chocolate covered strawberries. Bomb thing. And we're like, this isn't like the most
look at you with the aphrodisiacs.
You know what I'm saying? It ain't the most unhealthy thing.
Kids,
but it's good, man.
Kids, you freaky bitch.
He's like, ooh. And let me freeze these chocolate covered cherries and see where they can go. I can pick them out of.
They're good. They're good. Anyways.
Right. Anyway, back to the injuries.
Yes.
Football. And not licking chocolate covered cherries out of places like kids.
So what do y'all think? Y'all worried about Kyler? Let's just start there. Y'all worried about Kyler at all?
Are we talking about Tyler Scott?
Kyler Gordon.
Kyler Gordon. I heard Tyler.
You get a little soft. You got a little something.
No, it's fine. It's okay. Like, why I say it's fine is like to be frank, I feel we have 2 of the better nickels in around. I think Black. Man, why am I blanking on his last name?
Blackwell.
Blackwell. I was gonna say Blackman, but that's not his last name. Blackwell's he did well in backup capacity last season. I think he's pretty good at it. So as much as I want Kyler to be that Swiss Army knife that Dennis Allen deploys strategically throughout the season, which I know he's gonna be, I'm okay if he misses a little bit of time because I have a strange feeling that I have a feeling that in that capacity, he's just going to move to Tremaine Edmonds and use Tremaine Edmonds as a Swiss Army knife and have Blackwell basically play the nickel capacity the way nickel should be played.
Yeah, the positional versatility, flexibility, what have you, who knows? But I think they may be slowing it down a little bit with Gordon. I don't know the severity of his injury or whatever it is, but let's say he could go, but they're like, look, we have such a big role for you in this defense this upcoming season. There's no need to stress it now. Go ahead and heal up as much as you need to heal up, because you're going to be covering, you're going to be blitzing, you're going to be all over the place in this defense. So they're just, taking it nice and easy with them. They're not coddling anybody from what I can tell, and they're not, stressing them out, because I'm going to use the example of Luther Burton, who is like, well, dude, you can't get on the field for the OTAs or for none of this, soft tissue this. And now he's out there making plays, on the field. He's looking good. He's looking comfortable in the offense. So cool. So this coaching staff, I have more faith in this regime than I've had in any other regime recently, because if to a man, every one of these coaches, offense and defense, they will explain to you their thought process, the plan for players, the plan for whatever position grouping they're having, individual players, the good, the bad, the ugly. They tell you all, and just write out. All you gotta do is ask them. You're like, yeah, XYZ player need to work on this, that, the other. Yeah, star. Yeah, whatever. I don't know what the fuck. When Dan Rochard said, yeah, Braxton Jones can be good, but sometimes I don't know what the fuck he be doing, is basically what I heard when he said, yeah, but he makes too many mistakes still that he shouldn't be. And it's like, yeah, that's refreshing to hear. And the players hear that too. And so that honesty, the openness, and with all the goal of, Super Bowls. That's what we were trying to do when we yell at you like a Randall L or a Bieniemy or a Johnson. It's not mean or mean-spirited. It's because we want the best out of you. And so that seems to be what they're building here. And so the way that they're handling these injuries, I got no problem with it.
Hey, Trips partially took, let's just say he took some of what I wanted to say, but he's definitely in the bloodstream of where I'm going. I think you got to know your team. You got to know your personnel. You got to know your players individually, especially when you got a guy like Kyler Gordon, who, after I'm done talking here, everybody will get it. I don't think there's anything at all wrong with Kyler Gordon for the most part. I'm 90% sure there's nothing wrong with him. I think it's just what Tripp says. You got to dial it back when you got certain guys. You got a guy like Kyler Gordon. Have you ever seen a clip of practice when that motherfucker wasn't going 110%? Have you ever seen a game where he wasn't going 110%? He's out there flipping, jumping, carrying on. That's just Kyler Gordon. And when you see stuff like that, when you see a player like that that just got all that energy and all that exuberance, a good coach will know, I gotta rein him in, reel his ass in, calm his ass down. Let somebody else get some of these reps. We need you. That's what I think is going on with Kyler. It's 10% of me that, okay, it might be a legitimate injury and they need to sit his ass down. No, I think they're just trying to kind of rein him in for a minute because we're going to need you for 17 games, kind of. That's what I think is going on, because you know how Kyler is. Kyler's just all that energy. He's a ball of fucking energy. Got to calm him down.
I think just they need to sort of get his head in the right place so that he knows how he's going to be deployed this season, because it's not going to look like what they did with him these last few seasons. It's just
going to look similar, but he's just going to be in the backfield.
It's not going to look similar, bro.
It's going to look a little similar. They did a lot with Kyler. Even Flus did a lot with Kyler. He's just going to be in the backfield more.
I think he's going to be turned up. You know what I'm saying? I think it's going to be turned up. I think Kyler's going to be used and deployed into that backfield so much more frequently than we are used to. I also feel the same thing, like I said earlier, about Tremaine and or whoever they decide really is going to be that blitzing linebacker is just what I'll call it. Just call it what it is. They're going to have to make a decision there, and it could be Noah Sewell, right? Like I'd be surprised, but it could be Hippolyte as well. So that's where my headspace is. But end of the day, take all the time you need there, Kyler, man. Like that's kind of where my head is. I don't think there's much evaluation required here. It's in my opinion more of a scheme thing for him mentally. So if he can take mental reps and not be on the field, he's that athletic that it doesn't really bother me.
All right. Yeah, you see, they did utilize him a little bit more under the Floosh regime. So it wasn't vanilla. It was, let's say, a vanilla bean.
Oh, French vanilla.
A little French vanilla, a little excitement,
right.
a little
French,
twist on it.
I like me some French vanilla, though. That would explain it.
There you go.
It's because of my proximity to Quebec.
Well, there you go. Oui. So, I mean, they will utilize him a lot more to his skills and capabilities. So, yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to his role in this rainbow cone defense, and I'm gonna make that a thing.
Okay.
All right. I'll tell you what, man. Another thing that I'm noticing, just reports I'm hearing, but this is something that, I hate to keep saying, I said this before, I told you so. This ain't that, but I knew when we got Olamide Zacchaeus, there was a lot of people just like, oh, okay, we got another receiver no, he's a player. Olamide Zacchaeus is a player. And I knew that with Luther Burden missing all of that camp, all of the, second half of OTAs, a nice part of training camp, at least a week of training camp, I knew that he was going to be fighting an uphill battle. And I think 110%, I said it, that this guy, y'all keep fooling around, this guy is going to be one of Caleb Williams' favorite receivers. And that's starting to be a through line in camp so far, especially today. I just kept hearing Olamide Zacchaeus, but I hear that every single day. Every single day that they have practice and the media is there, Olamide Zacchaeus. Keep hearing. And so the competition, Luther Burden is going to be a piece. He's going to be a piece, but he may not emerge as soon as we thought he was, just because of the fact that Olamide Zacchaeus is here. I'm telling you, man, Caleb likes him. I'm just telling you that right now. He likes Olamide Zacchaeus, and I understand why. He's on his shit, man. What do y'all think about the competition at receiver with that?
Wow, that's why I didn't expect them to draft a receiver, right? Like I wouldn't have called it. Like I've said already on this show, I think another team decided to get a running back specifically so that we did not have a running. I think two teams did that, right? And I've said it before, Patriots, Browns. That being the case, they left one of the better wide receivers available to us, and we decided to take him because, my opinion, he was just simply that high on our big board. Outside of that, Holman Zacchaeus is a guy, man. OZ's a guy. He is. I expect him to put them blocks down nasty. Like we're gonna see that. But outside of just being a viable blocking threat as a wide receiver, he's a wide receiver. Like he is. He's a solid slot. And you saw a lot of, if you're a fantasy guy, you would have seen a lot of OZ last year in slot capacity with respect to the Commanders. He's really come a long way, and I think that continues here. And things to note, he's an undrafted free agent. He's played for a couple of teams, and he's played very high caliber football. I believe it's Rams, Commanders, and now us. And in all,
I want them to keep him, man.
I think they will keep him, and I think he's gonna. Let me rephrase this now. I don't know if they're gonna keep him. I'll just be real. They just drafted another wide receiver, so it's just a dollars and cents thing down the road. At some point, you have to make a decision. Do you want to pay or do you not want to pay? I don't know.
Well, it looks like it. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
No, go ahead, man.
I was gonna say, well, it depends on how the numbers work out. It's like we see that Duvernay is getting his share of wide receiver reps, and so these are your free agent signings from this season. Do you keep both, or do you keep one? So that's a question to be answered down the road a little bit. But for right now, it looks like Zacchaeus he's a football player. Every time I remember playing against him, he's like, why is this dude always open? And, he's a little guy, but he sticks his nose in there. So he has the toughness and he runs the entire route tree. So it's not just a slot receiver kind of thing. So his talent level is obviously showing as he's showing up, daily with the route running, with his hands, with the blocks, just being in the right place. So he's earning the confidence and trust of, Ben Johnson and Doyle and all them. So he's gonna have a role on this team, not just a roster spot, but I think a designated role like your OZ packages.
He's gonna be a starter, man.
Yeah. So I mean, whatever his role is gonna be productive because he's just a football player. And before I give it back to you, a shout out to Broski Bear, French vanilla butter pecan chocolate deluxe. Even caramel sundaes are getting touched. Ice cream. What up, Method Man?
Scooped in my ice cream truck. It's funny. We were just having a little Wu-Tang conversation before this show. So very fitting. And big shout outs to Samuel who just jumped in the chat too, talking OZ.
Bro, you know how big of a ice cream person I was until I realized I was not ice. I wasn't so big in ice cream that I was like crazy and going out my way for it, but I kept a pint of butter pecan in my freezer at all times.
At all times?
At all times. I didn't eat it that much, but it was always there.
Butter pecan is no joke ice cream though. Like real talk, that's a good flavor selection. I have to say. It is.
I tell you what, I will tell you what. There's times where you have those flashbacks, and I just have one now that we can never relive because there was a place in Chicago called Baldwin Ice Cream where they literally made the ice cream on site.
I heard about that.
Oh man, and on the south side, and their butter pecan. Oh my word. It was just so smooth, so creamy, so rich.
I hate you.
The nuts were so crunchy and crispy. And
you gotta go there.
Oh man,
so
I'm sorry.
Some people got issues. Trick, shut the fuck up, man.
every spoonful is like there's ice cream, there's nuts. It was the perfect balance of the two.
Oh man,
it was like and we would go down there. And it was like, oh shit, we're going to Baldwin. It's Friday night. It's summertime in Chicago. And it's like I was good in school. I didn't get no whoopings that week. I didn't get suspended or nothing. And I didn't get caught cheating on no tests or nothing that week. And so I was able to get ice cream. And so it was awesome. It was awesome.
Man,
you're the worst. Honest to God, I'm right this particular minute. I have an uncontrollable Jones to get me some butter pecan right now, and I can't. I'm gonna do a show, and when I'm done, there's no chance of me getting.
Man, hey, stop it, kids! And stop your mind, dude. So you let Trips.
Oh, good. It's all good. I the upside is this show was gonna end, and there's no place for me to go get any butter pecan ice cream. I'm just gonna go to bed pissed off. It's really the end of the story.
For people that have never experienced butter pecan ice cream, I know it's got to at least be one person. You don't know if you're an ice cream person. You don't know what the fuck you done missed. That shit is
everything you need, man.
Because it's like butter.
Crunch, got crunch. It's got sweet. Oh, it's kind of got even a little caramel in there. It's great stuff.
Look at Bishop talking about he finna jump in the truck and go to the damn store.
Damn it, Bishop!
Don't do it, dog. Don't do it.
See that, but I think all the advertisers should pay attention at how we can talk about some things and maybe sell some things.
Real talk, yeah, Baskin Robbins. What's up, Baskin Robbins?
We be driving the Nomaniacs to the store for food, for munchies. It's like, man, why y'all got to talk about that? Now I got to go out at this hour.
Baskin Robbins.
It's like, where is my DoorDash app? Bring me some ice cream.
That's my fault for even bringing it up, man.
Blame Broski Bear. It's Broski Bear.
Yeah, Broski Bear.
Yeah, it's his fault. It's him and Method Man.
Yeah, him and Method Man. That's it.
Yeah, man. Some people some people just need to. You just got to excommunicate that shit out your life, man. You just got to. You just got to. There's no other choice. If you go down that road, there's a skull and crossbones waiting for your ass. Just no.
Well, but the skull and crossbones is like what Crimson is saying. You got chocolate ice cream with chocolate chips, with fudge and brownie chunks.
Oh, see.
So that's a whole lot of chocolate.
Should I mute this motherfucker? Because he's trying you right now, kid.
You don't know, man, getting hungry too. Man. You killing us.
Don't be putting the Reese's cups in there too.
You killing us,
bro. He's trying you, bro.
You're the worst.
See, ice cream.
Football, y'all.
That's ice cream.
Okay.
That's comfort food right there.
Hey, Robert. Hey, Rocket Dream says Basket Robert makes me shake the shit out of butter pecan. Man, dude, that shit right there. That butter pecan is some trouble, bro.
Well, y'all got some of that butter pecans? I just need a hit.
They're putting something in that shit.
Just a scoop, just a cup, not even a cone, just a cup.
10:30 on the East Coast. Ain't no butter pecan to be found.
Well, man, if y'all got them sugar cones too.
You know what? One time, my mother was the one that got me started on that. And as a kid, I think I was about 17 years old by my, I don't know, senior year, high school, junior year, something. And I used to dip in her. She had her little ass thing of butter pecan in there. She just get it for herself. And I'd be getting me little spoons over here and there, fucking off and shit. Hey man, dude. One time I got a little too much of that shit, and it ended up being just a fat corner at the bottom of the little thing.
Like, damn it!
Hey man, bro, let me tell you something. When I tell you that chick was tight when she got home, she was tight.
Who ate my ice cream?
Bro, hey, bro, I almost went to my grandma's house that night. She was doing off. You were off in that motherfucker. She said, I know you did it, motherfucker. You a motherfucking liar. You ate my ice cream. She said, nigga, I know you did. That's excuse my language. I know it's your ass, nigga. You ate my shit. That's just my mother's language. Excuse my language. Man, she was so tight. I almost packed my shit up that night, man. About the damn butter pecan.
I'm going by my grandma.
Yeah, she was
tripping.
Not playing by her.
What you do, your mama? I ate her ice cream.
Oh, you eat your ice cream, mama? You did damn well. You know you did. You damn well know you did.
I ain't gonna lie. Hey, kids, I ain't gonna lie. My mom's, she'd probably kick me in my mouth for saying it, but she was a toker when she got off work. That she had a routine. Hit her thing. And she had a routine when the munchies kicked in.
Bro, you gotta get yourself some butter pecan for sure. Like, it's funny you say that because
mom had the munchies.
A certain that cold Pepsi, and she looking for that butter pecan. I'm telling you, man.
She want her sweet
Bishop is in full agreement with your mama. There's no two ways about that. But look,
wait, not in that order though. It's a joint and then some butter pecan.
I would have to agree with you. Now, my mama, and it's funny, I ran into it this weekend with my son. So my son was here, and before he left, I was like, look, we haven't really been able to spend much time together. Let's go to our family's Caribbean restaurant here in town. We're gonna go grab something to eat. We'll hang out, we'll chop it up, and then head back home. And when we went out there, we get there, and they got ice cream there, since we're on the topic of ice cream. The ice cream they have, though, is some crazy stuff y'all would never have had or have heard of, but they have soursop ice cream. Y'all know what soursop is?
No.
All right. Soursop is one of the dopest fruits of them all. It's sour. It's amazing. They say it's like a magic fruit that people use to potentially protect them from cancers, among many other things. It's a crazy fruit, and it, for the most part, can only be found in the Caribbean. But they got soursop ice cream at my family restaurant. I was like, yo, your mama. I was like, I look at my son. I was like, your grandmama would lose her mind if she saw soursop ice cream here. I remember when I was a kid, my mom, first of all, to find soursop here is it's like once in a while when it's in season, they might have some in Canada. It's like few and far between. We find some soursop at the grocery store, bring it in. My mom's like, I gotta go. I was like, where are you going? She said, I gotta go to the store right now and buy an ice cream maker so this doesn't go, it doesn't spoil. I make some ice cream. I was like, are you for real? She took off one time, came back with ice cream maker, all the ingredients, and got it going on, man. Made her own homemade ice cream, and it was dope. It was super, super good. And to see that out there at the store was crazy. Scrolls knows about the soursop. Soursop is, like I say, if you don't know about soursop,
is it like a banana? Is it like a watermelon? Is it like
I'm just trying to figure out what the taste palette looked like.
Yeah, what's it like?
It's like nothing I can describe, and it's like nothing I can describe from an eating.
It's gotta be in the range of something that's familiar.
Kiwi,
Something.
cantaloupe,
Mango, something.
man. You know what I'm saying? Think, kids, think.
It's not. It's the like. It's
Flo says it's bitter.
Says bitter, like
it's
lemon.
bitter. It's
grapefruit.
sour. It's bitter. It's not grapefruit bitter. You know what I mean? Like grapefruit is like, oh, like why am I eating this? Health, and then you eat the grapefruit. You know what
like
I mean?
a lime bitter, like a
It
lime.
is
Lime bitter.
Lime is too much. I would still say it's probably closer to. It's like oh man, I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to explain it, but like
lime, lemon, grapefruit bitter.
Bro, one of the greatest fruits of them all, and what like my first trip to Jamaica, basically my family was like, you are too skinny. At the time I was, you're too skinny, we're gonna feed you everything, but we're gonna feed you fruits. And that's all I ate for like my first 2 weeks back home was just fruit. So I tried every fruit you could find. Soursop, star apple. There's like 16 different Ota ET apples, like 16 different apples on the island. Tried all that stuff. But at the end, soursop was the one. Like that's my favorite fruit of them all. And when I see it, I get it. Like Keith Harris is saying, it's like a kiwi. It's like the closest flavor profile I can think of too. But I consider it close to I consider kiwi close to strawberry in flavor profile, and soursop is nothing like.
Why is Cam C saying a pear is a superfood? I think he's trying to throw that in there.
Yeah, it would be. It's a superfood for sure. But
I'm glad he mentioned that because it just reminded me I need to go harvest my grandmother's pear tree in the side of a yard or in the back of a yard. I got to go harvest that. I missed that the last year. Last year I missed that, man. I'm going to get those pears.
Get you some jellies, jams, or whatever the hell else you can do with them.
Yeah, if you can get your hands on some soursop, you pass by it in the.
Well, somebody said in the chat here that in the States that it's illegal because of its medicinal and health properties. So you know how the man do, and so the pharmaceutical people, you know, they lobbyists and be like, we don't want the people being able to heal themselves.
My God, if soursop is illegal in the U.S., then it's a special thing that'll probably cure your ailments. Is all I can really say. It probably actually is. If they're like, no, we don't want that here.
Similar to pear in appearance.
I'm gonna do my homework.
It would look sort of like a.
Go ahead, my bad.
Looks similar to a pear, just he's right in appearance, but it's green, like very, very green, like avocado green. It's delicious, man. Like ridiculously delicious. One of you know what else flavor profile? Sort of like a more sour pineapple.
It says a combination of pineapple, coconut, and mango.
There you go. That those three things mixed together.
How did I miss that shit when I was in Jamaica?
Bro, how just because nobody told you. I bet you didn't really fruit up when you were there.
Yes, I did.
Did you? What kind of
regular? I was after anything mango, bro.
Okay.
Anything mango that somebody was selling on the road, I was on that shit.
Yeah, there's yeah. I mean, there's so many fruits there that you would lose your mind just trying to keep up with it. And this was people. My family was just like, oh, we're just picking it off trees. Here's this
kids that stink like a motherfucker. I don't know what that shit
is. Can you eat it raw?
It's a fruit. It's like
you don't have to cook it.
It's like a big knotty grapefruit. It's ugly and it's
say green and prickly.
Oh, that's probably breadfruit.
It's more beige.
Yeah, that's probably breadfruit. You have that you have to cook, and it's actually delicious, but differently. Nothing like soursop. Soursop, you cut it.
Oh damn, that shit looks scary.
Bro, it's so good, bro.
Breadfruit is. I did end up getting that in a dish. I ended up getting some of that in the dish and didn't know what I was getting. I was just like asking the lady. I was like, "What is this?" She said, "Oh, that's breadfruit."
Let's see.
I never tasted nothing like that.
Soursop, also known as guanabana, is a tropical fruit-bearing tree native to the Americas and Africa. It's known for its large, prickly fruit with a sweet, tangy flavor, often used in juices, smoothies, and desserts. The tree is relatively easy to care for, thrives in warm tropical climates, and can be grown in containers or outdoors.
Yeah. All right, man. I'm this gonna get we're gonna stray way off into the reservation.
Back to football.
We got some more
in the grocery store. Get it. It's delicious.
We got some time to talk about some of that, man. But the RB2 competition, we have Roshan that was out for a week. I haven't seen anything indicating that he's there for this week. He might have been in practice today. He has something going on with an ankle or a foot or something. But I saw a little bit of Kyle Manunga that made me feel good, but at the same time, everybody's trying to anoint him. It's people trying to push him all the way up to running back one. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with them yoo-hoos. But he's gonna play a serviceable role. I think it's Roshan Johnson's job to lose RB2 whenever he comes back from whatever's going on with his foot. And I want to see him in this offense behind this offensive line and see if he's a different running back than he's been in the last couple of years under this other regime. I can't wait to see. I want to see if Roshan's got something else that he feels like he does listening to him in the presser. I want to see if he's got something else to him. I want to see.
I'm so I don't. I've seen what I've seen so far. You know what I mean? It's not like he just started on this team yesterday. I've seen what I've seen, and I think we need a little bit more. That's where my headspace is. I have heard that he's sort of come back looking a little bit differently, right? I think he's put on some size or lost some weight. I don't know, but his physicals seem to be impressing people who are watching him. Unfortunately, again, he's been a little bit injured and hasn't been able to show any of that off. Now, I say unfortunately, you do know they brought in some guys this week, right?
They brought one running back in.
There was more than one, but one of them
signed.
They signed
Britton Brown.
Yeah,
they signed Britton Brown, but they also brought in Jamal Williams too.
Yeah, but they didn't sign him.
They did not sign Jamal Williams.
Yeah, you weren't here for the game. We talked about it, and it was by us determined that Brown has more tread on the tires than a Jamal Williams, even though Jamal Williams has the familiarity with Ben Johnson. So, but the thing with Roshan is, it's like, all right, you got to stay healthy, bruh, because he shows, he flashes, and then he's down. He shows, he flashes, and then he's down. And so all these startups and then stops and startups and stops, and a running back having a foot injury is no bueno. Because guess what you use to run? Your feet. And I know just after a full night's sleep in the morning, you get up all refreshed. Every morning, my left heel is like, ouch, ouch, ouch. Just getting out of bed. And it's like, no, it's not. It's like interior. It's like when you put your weight on it, and it's like the plantar fascia, but just in the back. But it wakes up, after a while, and then I'm good to go. But just that little every morning, like, I'm a little hobbled getting to the toilet. And that's not even trying to get a first down or a touchdown with big dudes trying to tackle me.
You giving up your old man shit now.
Well, I'm an old man shit. Old man shit.
I will say that I have, when I go, like my family had a little mini family reunion, and I got out there and was hooping with the little shorties, man. People was talking about, oh, he can hoop, he's the best hooper in the family, and everybody, all the little shorties was just like, man, I don't want to. So I had to go out there. And I started hooping. And I was good. It took me about 5-10 minutes to get oiled up and get where I need to go, and I started flowing. And I started hooping.
Let's go. Ball.
And you know, and I came home later, took me a shower,
Fucked
and
around and got
late that night was this is something typical for me when I go do like that kind of workout. Dude, my arches, like whatever reason, man, I need me a good shoe insole for that next day to walk around with.
Ain't no your arches hurt. Ain't no walking.
It's
What kind of shoes we wearing?
It's just a little sore. That's all.
Well, have you ever had the arches where they fell or like really hurt, where it's like you cannot walk? You know, you are hobbling, and it's like don't have it happen on both feet. Oh
no, nothing like that. It's just a little sore.
Okay, yeah, but that's aging. I mean, now, Nomad, give it another 20 years and see how you feel. You know, because back in the day when you're a teenager, your 20s, your 30s, you being rode hard, put away wet, no diddy. You know, it's like, wash that shit off. Oh, bang. Oh, don't worry. Ha ha ha. But now years later, it's like, what the hell did I do to my shoulder? Oh, yeah. 30 years ago when I did that thing, and it's like, oh, yeah, I'm still feeling that. Or it's like, what the hell did I do to this body part or that party? Oh, yeah, when I was hopping turnstiles or jumping fences and running from the police. I mean, running track, you know, whatever it is you was doing, you know what I'm saying? Right. And so it's like, now you just hurt. And it's like, oh, Lord, because my mom would always tell me, when you get older, yeah, that shit gonna hurt. But she was never specific. But it's like, yeah, you know, your body's like, hey, man, you tripping.
You know what, man? I got my nephew now. He's, you know, I'm not like that. I'm not there yet, Trip. What are you talking about?
Well, I said,
you know, I can see that. I can see that. I can eye that around the corner for sure. What you're talking about, and I'm starting to feel the sense. Like my nephew, he want to hoop. He want to play one-on-one. I hoop with him. I'm starting to feel that sense of, okay, you just shoot shots and I'll get you.
And go and rebound that, shorty.
I'll go and rebound for you. That's just where it is. It's getting ready to be there, but it ain't there yet. But you know, we got several years for that.
Yeah, but now Roshan, bringing it back to him, since he's been in the league, he has not completed a season, or you know what I mean. He's just never there, available consistently. And if Manangai or anybody behind him is there, you know that expression, you can't make the club from the tub. You know, hey, Roshan, hey, you got some talent, but you spending way too much time in the tub and not on the field.
Well, that's only part of the problem, right? That's a problem. That's only part of it. When he's on the field, it's
flashes, but other lackluster overall.
Do you see flashes with Roshan Johnson?
Flashes, like I say, flashes. The consistency just isn't there.
I see consistency, bro, but it's not what I want to see.
Well, consistently sucks is not good.
I would say, man, I think we all, and I'm speaking myself included, we might have been over critical about Roshan Johnson given the situation or the condition that the offensive line was in.
We've had this conversation already.
Yeah, man, I gotta always go back there, kids, because
you can't.
We have to, man, because if you want to keep everything in its proper context, you got to include that too.
No, you can't. And this is why I'm saying
you got to, kids.
I'm telling you why you can't, because then I have to up the ante with the Khalil Herbert conversation, which just disproves that, right? Like, so just to baseline it, we're in Chicago. We haven't had a good friggin' O-line in God knows how long. Can you tell me that we have had good running backs over the course of those times? Because we have. David Montgomery was a good running back behind a shitty O-line. Jordan Howard was a good running back behind a shitty O-line. Khalil Herbert was a good running back behind a shitty O-line. So here we are. And like, even I will say, DeAndre Swift wasn't a terrible running back behind a shitty O-line either. He was all right. I just personally want a little bit more. I don't see Roshan Johnson. I can't give him the benefit of that doubt. All those guys had shitty O-lines, and I think they did a lot more with it.
Roshan,
fair? Roshan might be an
Roshan's just a regular running back.
Yeah.
Dude, you know, I can remember, and I hate to even name drop, but I can remember like the Irish Bears show. They were so over the moon about Roshan, and it was all over social media. And I'm not calling them out and just to shit on them or nothing like that. And I can remember saying to them, I think I might have went into one of their chat rooms when I was the chat while they was doing a live show. I'm just like, I watch them on tape and I don't see what y'all so excited about. You know what I mean? But they were Roshan Johnson. They were one of them. And I was just like, man, I watched the tape. He's a regular running back. He doesn't have anything that's gonna wow you. You know, his physicality is what he's gonna have to lean into in this league. You know what I mean? You got to be more physical than the next guy. And so I do think that he has that gear to him, but it's costing him in concussions.
Well, apples to apples, Roshan is a green apple, where other backs are like Granny Smiths.
I would say Macintosh, but I'm with you.
Big, sweet, and delicious.
I like the sour. You know what I'm saying. In any event, I get the analogy, and that's kind of where I am with it. We can only sort of wait and see what happens. I personally found him a bit of an odd selection
at the time
when they drafted him, because it's like, okay, so like clearly we're not going to go get Bijan Robinson. He's tippy top running back selection. So you got the guy that lost his job to Bijan Robinson. It's okay, cool. How frequently did you really see him on like run the ball? And the answer is like, not very often. He had one good season, right? He had a season before Bijan Robinson showed up, and that's about it. And yeah, they got a great O-line over there, right? So like, what does he look like behind a not so great O-line? Which those things just kind of made it weird with respect to the selection of this particular.
Well, but the thing is, looking at not his entire body of work, but his entire body of work here, just the vision that we saw from Monangai and Hankins is better than we've seen from Roshan since we've been here, and they got a few reps
without question.
What really kind of I'm taking y'all to a space that really, really irritates me is how somebody on Twitter can make a cut up of somebody's highlights. When I say highlights, it's very highest lights. And that shit circulates around Twitter. That happened with Roshan Johnson. It was people just sharing that shit, just constantly. Roshan Johnson is this, especially after we drafted him. They anointed him as like he was going to end up taking. I'm just like, if you motherfuckers don't calm the fuck down and quit reacting to somebody cutting up some highlights on fucking Twitter, and because it gets a lot of likes and views, that don't mean it's the fucking truth.
Well,
get out of that goddamn website. It's a hell space, bro.
It shouldn't, like, let me just say it like this, right? Like, it shouldn't be, because one would hope that people are of some level of intelligence and won't just take
on that site, man.
You know what I mean? Like, it bets are off. You know what I'm saying? But like, you would hope that people are smart and they would take a look at that highlight film and go, "Oh, cool! Like, I'm interested. I'm excited about this player. Let me go do some research." Like, that's what anything on Twitter should spawn you to do. Let me go and see how legitimate this is, and that's what I did. I saw the same clips that you're talking about. I was like, "Oh snap, he looked great." And then I realized there was no more footage.
Just a few clips.
You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what I'm trying to say. So I go to research this guy, and there's this is why there's no footage. He lost his job to this guy who's freaking amazing. Like, this guy's really good. Oh, I know why we didn't get this guy. He went like, 7th overall or something. Like, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I did the research after, and I just didn't see it. But again, I don't work for the Bear Scouting Department, so I'm hoping they know stuff I don't know. I've seen them for a couple of years, and what Triple R just said rings true. We saw about 15 minutes of Kamanungai and Ian Wheeler, and I'm gonna say, like, vision-wise, and also say I will also say contact balance-wise, they both look pretty decent.
All right. Because I can go on and on and on about this, man, and about how people just gin up all this hype and everybody just jumps on the train like a bunch of goddamn morons. Just fucking don't do it, man. Don't fucking do it. We got a couple more Bears topics to talk about. One thing, and this is what the Canuck over there in Maple Syrup, Canada, has been thinking about the whole show, and that is the left tackle competition. I think has crossed the threshold. I think it's crossed the threshold. What I think is going on, and we're going to start here. We're going to talk about LT1, left tackle one. And it's starting to feel like, and I'm talking about, I listened to Dan Roshar, because people, CSGO cornered him and had some conversation with him about the left tackle position, even some right tackle conversation they had with him. But it sounds to me, and everybody can do their own determination on what they heard. Sounds to me like Dan Roshar feels comfortable with Braxton Jones. And since the joint practice with the Dolphins, since the preseason game, and since any practices since, Braxton Jones been with the first team. And so we are there. I think, and in fact, Ozzie Trapilo started taking right tackle reps today with the second team. And yeah, we'll just start there and we'll just fill out the conversation from there. I think they're starting to settle in. I know that it doesn't set well with you, but Braxton Jones might end up with this job.
It shouldn't set well with anybody. We'll speak about me personally. We've like I said, we've had this conversation.
Come on, kid, we just want the best five, man. I don't care.
But that's Braxton Jones, unfortunately, is technically a Band-Aid fix. That's what that works out to. If he works out, great. We're going to field him. He's going to play. We're going to have a hard time retaining him. If we do retain him, it's kind of taking money out of somebody else's pocket, and they'll have to figure all that out as they go. Make matters worse, we just drafted 2 guys to supplant him. So I don't know what you do with those draft picks now, right? So that's, in a nutshell, that's my worry about it. But if he's the guy who's sort of taking on the job, perfect. Then you listen to Dan Roshar, who gave a great interview today. And I like these coaches, yo. You know what I mean? Like I haven't seen them do anything in the real season, in real football season yet, right? But I like these coaches. They don't mince words. They're not blowing smoke up your wazoo. They're telling you what it is. And Dan Roshar kind of came out. He's like, dude, I've been liking what Braxton's been putting down right up until Sunday. And then it was like more of what he's been putting down. He reverted back to being Braxton Jones again. Like it was like quote unquote. Friday, we practiced against Miami. Yo, the guy was a standout. I loved it. And then we got to Sunday and it was like, he's Braxton Jones again.
No. What I interpreted from that is a coach breaking old muscle memory. That's the way I interpreted that, instead of, oh, you suck. That's just the way, that's who you are. No. I interpreted that as a good thing. Like, hey, you were doing really, really well with what we were teaching you. And you got out there in the joint practices and you showed that. But when you got in the game, I saw some of that old muscle memory show up. What we're trying to do, and he said that he had a conversation with Braxton. They talked in depth about it. We got to change that. We got to get this new muscle. That's what happens whenever you get new coaching in, because I don't want you to take it down the road where, okay, you automatically suck because that's who you are, Braxton Jones. No, he's saying that I saw really great things, and he said some important words. He said, this is a guy we can win with. Not to be left out of that conversation. He said, this is a guy that we can win with. If they feel that confident in Braxton Jones, and even though he still has some issues that he needs to, some knots he needs to rub, some kinks he needs to rub out, I'm good with that. As long as that guy feels like this guy is the best guy for the job as of now. If he feels good about it, I'm okay with what he's experienced and what he knows. So I'm good with it. We can hem and haw about it all we want to, about the financial aspect, what we might be missing in compensation for not trading Braxton Jones. But if that guy, I trust that guy. I trust that guy in knowing he knows what he's looking at.
Well,
Yeah, it's good. It's good to, I trust the coaches and put the best five out there. I agree with all that. But the thing is, we're having this discussion about a year 4 left tackle, where it's like, well, is he going to get beat out by one of the rookie or not? One of the rookies is, Canadian Eagle going to beat him out, or Amagaji if he could ever stay on the field. And it's not like we're saying, hey, Braxton Jones is the left tackle, no questions asked. I mean, because it's up for debate, that's why there is a debate and so much focus on the position. And as soon as the first time that Braxton's bull rushed and his anchor doesn't show up, all of the, oh, damn, this is that old Braxton Jones shit again is going to pop up. He's the best that we can field right now. But given, mid-season, a few reps, will Ozzie, will Benedict, will Amagaji step up and be like, hey, yeah, I know we started Braxton, but look at me. Look at what I've done. Look at how I'm capable. And, fight for the position. It's still a battle for the position. The incumbent is still there, but the challengers are there. And it's like the competition is just too close for comfort for an incumbent left tackle.
All right.
Well,
go ahead. Go ahead, Phil.
I'm just saying that the way that I took the Roshar comments, it just sounded like he looks like he was improving, and then he regressed during game time. I'm sure they're going to continue to work him out. We'll see what it looks like. I am here to say that Theo Benedict got some work with the ones, which is very surprising across the board.
With the
I don't
twos.
think, and the twos, right? Like, I'm surprised that he's stepping up, and that's impressive to me. Like I say, I saw him in college. Kid looked real good. We got a quick little glimpse of him last season, and then he got hurt. I would not be extremely surprised if he gets some time on that starting line this season.
They're trying to develop depth, and I love what they're doing right now. I love the timing of what they're doing. So when Kieran Amagaji went down with whatever was going on with his leg, it opened up an opportunity to, like, Theo Benedict has some really good reps on the right side on the all-22. Really good stuff, man. He has some really good sets. Set his ass down, patient, and it's little nuanced stuff, boring ass football stuff that people don't want to really hear about. It looked really, really good. And they I think inside that building, they're starting to feel like, okay, it'd be really, really nice if we can put this guy on the left side, and some of those right side reps that look so good will look good on this side, and we have some real depth here at tackle. And so they put him on the left side during the Dolphins game. And it was times when he didn't look all the way there, and you can tell it was just him noticing the difference between right side technique and left side technique. Not that he's not a good tackle. He just struggled with it a little bit. And I think they're going to give him another opportunity to do that in this next preseason game, and I think they should. So I like what they're doing, man. They're making sure everybody is migrating from one side to the other at the right time. I think this is the right time, halfway through training camp, to get some of those extra reps in, to make sure that everybody, when it comes to when it comes to the depth, everybody gets an opportunity to touch the spots the coaches think that they can bring something to the table at. Theo Benedict, they think they have something. And they're trying to see if what we think is real, and we're going to give them the reps to find out. If he continues down the road, that what I saw on the right side, if some of that stuff starts to show up on the left side, Theo Benedict is probably a keeper.
I think he's a developmental talent. I think you got to do a little bit of work on him, but I think he is a keeper, and that's what I saw with him in BC here in Canada. I wish I was telling you guys some tall tales here, but the kid's massive, and he gets low. He doesn't get bowled over. and that's his feet are quick, right? Like these are the things that I noticed watching him, and I was real worried because my kid was like, I'm going to Calgary into their division to go and play these two kids every week. So I was like, dog, you're gonna get eaten alive by this BC O line. Like, I don't, what do you 0 sacks in multiple seasons? Good luck over there, son. You know what I'm saying? You should probably go to Halifax, who also give you an offer. Go to the other side of the country. But both of them went to the NFL. One was an undrafted free agent. His name is Theo Benedict, and I think he's got potential.
Yeah, the Benedict, Miles, Middleton, all those guys were out there, but nobody looked as bad as Glazier, number 63. So, Garza, his old number is going to be moved on. But the development of the up and coming young offensive lineman is nice to see. Behind Tooney, behind Jackson, behind Dahlman and such. And the learning curve period for an offensive lineman, they say, is a season or so or two. But now with this new staff, last season doesn't count, really for their development, other than bad habits, the development of those. And so given this offensive coach's regime, Coach Rochar, and the scheme and the fit, it seems as though they're developing guys at multiple positions. They're seeing who can do what. Injuries come up. You have that positional versatility that your left tackle can play right tackle or guards or up and down the line. So it's a good thing, I would think, to have them doing the right side, doing the left side, switching out first teams, who works good with who looks better next to who, in case of injury, in case of the unknown. And so this is a good thing. The competition seems to be mainly right now at left tackle. And so out of 5 positions, to have one kind of influx is in a much better place than we have been the past few seasons. And also a shout out to Maple Nut Ice Cream.
Hey, by the way, Trips, this is the last thing before we switch to the next topic. What I like is the timing. I noticed the difference in the timing of having guys like you haven't heard Ozzy Trapillo taking any right side reps, not in OTAs and not in this first half of camp, not until today. Have you heard of him taking right tackle reps? They feel like they know what they have there. Theo Benedict, up until last week, you haven't heard having any kind of left tackle reps. They're making sure they get the proper evaluation, making sure they give guys enough reps on at least one side so they're sure about what they have on one side of the ball. I think the timing is outstanding. It was different than when Flus and I forget the other offensive line guy that we had. Yes, it was every day. Everybody was moving from position to position. I don't know how you get a proper evaluation if you're constantly asking him, okay, you're going to play left guard today, you're going to play right guard tomorrow. Instead of give me a week or two playing left guard, let me get a good full evaluation of what you can bring to the table. It was every day. It was like musical fucking chairs. And what I like about this is the consistency of Dan Rochar, making sure that a guy's at a position long enough that you can get a proper evaluation. Okay, it didn't look good this week, but I told him this and I showed him that. And I want to see if he can take what I showed him and what I told him, what I showed him on film. Let me see if he can give me a week of that. Then I'll know exactly what we have. You know what I'm saying? The retention is there. You can't get proper retention if you're moving from one position to the next every fucking day.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's the difference between Chris Morgan and Dan Rochar, the timing of moving guys around.
Well, this is an ongoing one. We'll beat this horse to death, to be honest with you. There's a couple of weeks still to go before we really have a good understanding of who that guy at the left is. I will also say that I don't think Dan Rochar really sang the praises of Darnell Wright today either.
We're going to go down that road, man, because I do want to get to this Caleb conversation.
Okay.
because that Darnell Wright, I think it was just a little bit of motivational stuff. Darnell Wright to get a little more consistent. That's all it was, and I agree with Dan Rochard.
That was the conversation.
He's just pushing him. He's still going to be the starting right tackle.
Oh, there's no question who's starting at right tackle, right? There's no competition there. He was drafted to play the role. He's going to play the role. But I think and he's a coach, right? He's going to call it like he sees it, and hopefully coach the individual into what he's trying to mold him to be. And in that respect, I think Braxton's got some work to do, and that's fine. He should. He's not a finished product either.
All right. So let me bring this last conversation about the Bears to the table. Let's start here, kids, and I'm just going to ask you. If you can answer this as simply as you can, I know you like to layer and cover your ass, but be as simple and direct as you can. Why don't you think they played Caleb Williams in that first preseason game?
He's not ready.
They don't want to.
Easy peasy.
Not ready for prime time.
What'd you say, Trip?
Yeah, they didn't want to.
They just didn't want to, huh?
For what reason? He wasn't ready. They didn't have enough installs, but I actually heard the response that Ben Johnson gave to why they didn't play Caleb. And I don't know if we got the audio, but it was basically hey, we had a decision to make with the Miami Dolphins and the joint practice. It was the amount of reps that they get. They said we got them extra 70 to 100 reps during the week of practice versus maybe getting just a few reps on that live scrimmage on Sunday. So it's it made sense. He got more work in against the opposing team's defense in the practice as opposed to the actual quote unquote game. So it's it makes sense.
I'm gonna have to side with Daryl Gibson on this one.
It was total bullshit.
Gave some nomads right there too.
Hey, if it's about the actual number of plays, then it makes sense. But if it's just throw him out there, even if he only gets 10, 12 plays and let him learn from that.
Let him take snaps under center and just hand off.
I think we're thinking entirely too much. And
I think both could be true.
What do you think, dude?
What's up, dude?
I think both could be true.
I don't know.
He saw what he needed to see. He had enough reps in the practices, so we didn't play him because he wasn't ready. A little bit of both.
Well, I think this, man. I think if we'd have had a ready Caleb Williams and with this new coach, with however many weeks he's had with Caleb, installing all this stuff and overloading him with all the information. If we'd have had a ready Caleb and it's looking good and he feels comfortable with Caleb Williams and he couldn't wait. Anybody wouldn't be able to wait to put that on display as a coach. Look at what I did with this guy. Look at what he is with me, tutoring him. You were eager to put that on the field.
Let me double.
But are you gonna be more eager to do it on a Sunday in the afternoon or on a night game that everybody's watching?
Let me finish. The truth is, Caleb Williams was not ready, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think that's like the kryptonite to every fan right now is you say those words. Caleb was not ready, and that's why he held him back. I think that's the most logical truth there, and there ain't nothing wrong with all the information this guy's been given and trying to disseminate it and trying to function with all that information. There's nothing wrong with saying the cat ain't ready yet. That doesn't mean he won't be ready. It's logical to me that if he's not ready, why would you put him out there in front of the world to have him fall on his fucking face? He's not ready, so I'm gonna hold him back and I'll take the slings and arrows for it. That's what it is to me.
Ooh, Mr. Carter. So because they put him out there are not ready for 17 games or whatever the season is last season. That's the answer to that. They already broke the seal on that and put him out there. Probably shouldn't have done that in the first place. Dumbasses. Let the kid grow. Man, I there's got to be sound bites of me saying this stuff sit him, let him learn, bring him to the level that you're comfortable with, where he's comfortable. Then you break the glass and you let him out there. If you got to sit him, you sit him. No, we're playing the number 1 draft pick because we know he's ready to. Oops, 68 sacks later. Here we are, right? He's trying to acclimate to a brand new system all over again. This makes system number 3 for the young man. Is he going to learn this system immediately? Highly doubtful. It's going to take him some time to acclimate. He doesn't have a bunch of snaps under center, even at that. Let's put him in a game. No, let's not put him in a game. Really, I would have been, in my opinion, didn't even have to throw the football. He could have been out there strictly handing off the ball under center. Like, I would have been happy with that.
Well, hey, I look at it like this. If Coach Ben Johnson don't want him to play, then he's not playing. If Coach Ben Johnson want him to play, then he plays. We can have whatever reasoning we want to have. The coach said he wanted him to get reps. He got the reps. So he's going to be out there. It's not like he's going to say, well, he's not going to play this week and next week. We're going to hold him back to week 4. No, he's going to play. I mean, and now you're going to play him on Sunday, and then they play however long they play. But for some fans, it won't be enough. Well, he should have been out there twice as long or this quarter until this over halftime. It will never be enough until we get this team on the field and getting some wins. And until, then it's like we need them all healthy. We need them all to play as many reps as possible, and we need them to look good. We need a lot of things as a fan base, and this is true. But in reality, it's like, hey, they know what they're looking at. They have the inside dope. They have a plan. We've been talking about the plan that every coach and position group has had, and they're kind of sticking to it. They have a plan for the offense and the starters playing. All the starters didn't play on defense either. We're not tripping about them. Caleb wasn't the only starter not to play on offense. We ain't tripping about them. So the starters will play Sunday. We'll see what it looks like, and we'll take it from there. Whether he's ready that we think he's ready or he's not ready, maybe he wasn't ready. Okay, but he'll be closer to being ready because this is what Coach Ben Johnson said. So that's what goes down.
So I'm just wondering, and I'm wondering terrible things. If he ain't ready come September, do you just put him out there anyways?
Well, yeah.
Sink or swim?
Hell no.
Well, you gonna start T-Bag and have Williams like. Well,
I didn't build a team.
Listen, man. Let me tell y'all something. This whole thing with Caleb Williams has turned into some kind of, I don't know what. I understand what normal things that happen. I understand normal things that have to happen with a young quarterback with a new offense. I understand those things. And I told you all at the very beginning before camp even started, it's going to take them a few weeks of camp. You might hear bad shit until a few weeks into camp. But once we got to week 3 and beyond, and we're still having some of the same conversations about the procedural stuff that I keep hearing about, the pre-snap stuff that I keep hearing about. What I would challenge you all is to listen to Clay Harbor, somebody that played and hasn't been too recently removed from the NFL. Listen to Teron Armstead, who hasn't been too recently removed from the NFL, say the same fucking thing. He's not processing well, and pre-snap, he just doesn't. He's not in and out of that huddle as fast as he needs to be all the time. And when he gets to the line of scrimmage, he's not seeing exactly what he needs to see. He's not recognizing the threat, the hot guy. So the question was, okay, if he's not ready come week 1, should you play him? Fuck no. Don't play him if he's not ready. There's a reason. And me and Nick was just talking about this. Me and the dude was talking about this behind the scenes. There's a reason why Green Bay and their quarterbacks always fare well, because they keep that guy off the fucking field until he's ready to play. That's the problem. Everybody is so enamored with this kid because of his wild throwing ability and the immense talent that he has. They're not patient. And if he's not ready, be willing to fucking accept that. Leave him off the field.
Yeah, ain't no Bear fan gonna accept the number one pick from last year not being ready to at least have some sort of offense. If he's not ready, we got a whole bigger problem.
He has to play. He was drafted number one. You can't go back.
Well, you can't. But this is the point he's making. You can't go back. So, are you going to? Are you going to spoil tonight's dinner? Or maybe you save it for later in the week and serve it later in the week, right? Like that's probably the best analogy that I can come up with. Right? Last season we spoiled dinner, yo. Dinner was spoiled. I'm saying we rushed it, we ate it too early. We all got food poisoning. That's what happened. No, you got to take your time. You got to bake this thing the right way and serve it at the appropriate time. If he's not ready, I can handle that. I hope the rest of the world can handle it. I can handle it. Do I think Tyson Bagent is the second coming of Tom Brady? No, I don't. I don't think that at all. I think he's also got a long way to go. But let's be fair here and say he might be further along in some of this process stuff than Caleb Williams is. It's just a fair statement to make. He might be. And if that's the case, who should be under center come September? I think that's a decision that Ben Johnson is going to have to make. I unfortunately think that decision might be coming from a little bit higher up than Ben Johnson, and it might suck a little bit.
The truth is, y'all are right. They're right. There's no getting around playing Caleb Williams week one, whether he's ready or not. Okay. I think that's just the nature of the beast at this point.
The Panthers just got away with putting Bryce Young on ice for a year, and I think he came back looking a hell of a lot better last season. Like towards the end of the season, he looked much better. But you don't necessarily need to be out there failing. You know what I mean? In prime time.
I don't want to see that. I want to win, man. I want the best, the most ready quarterback on that team, even if it's old ass Case Keenum. That's the guy I want to see. I don't care nothing about Caleb Williams' stats. That motherfucker can average 5 yards passing a game. I wouldn't give a fuck. It's about the wins or the losses. Somebody could be in a chat saying, "Hey, Caleb only threw for 5 yards in the game." I don't give a fuck that we win. That's all I care about. Put the best motherfucker on the field. That's all I care about. Let him grow.
So this is where I defer a little bit here. Like the wins would be great, but I'm actually just leaning towards the side of actual development of the first round, the top number one overall selection that you made. Develop him, get him to where he needs to get to, and then you let him do what he needs to do. Jordan Love, as a for instance, sat for a year, figured out the offense that they're going to be using. It might have been 2 years that he sat. You know what I mean? Like he had that opportunity to learn, drink it in before they broke the glass and they put him out there. There's a laundry list of success. Like I could tell you about hundreds of successful quarterbacks that have simply sat for a little bit of time, learned the actual offense that they're expected to command, and executed it. Unfortunately, this kid's having a hard time. And it's fine that he is. He's still young. We still have another 2 years with him, regardless as to anything that's happening. If he's not ready in year two, my opinion, I'm fine with it.
This is the last thing I'll say about this, and I'll let you guys finish this conversation off. But people, over and over again, I keep looking at social media. Everybody's hemming and hawing about why can't we beat Green Bay? Why can't we? Why are they? You know why? Because they know what they're doing with quarterbacks. They're more prepared quarterback-wise than we are. You didn't see Jordan Love until 2 or 3 years into his career because they were cooking in the kitchen with him.
Well,
before you ever got to see what Jordan Love can bring to the table. That's why they're more successful. And you want to add, you ever want to know why they're beating us the last several years is because we keep rushing these kids out there. Same thing.
Well, there's also wait a minute now. You had Brett Favre, welfare queen that he is.
He didn't go out there.
So
Right
that allowed AA Ron to just chill on the bench for several seasons.
This is part of the problem.
And then you had AA Ron before you had Love. And now Love is allowed to just chill on the bench. We don't have nothing in front of Caleb.
And
Caleb was the number one goddamn pick. His ass is going to be out there. I mean, it's not his fault. It's not Johnson's fault. You know, this is a organizational failure for many decades. It's not even
let's point the finger, right? So this is Ryan Poles' fault. He didn't have a franchise quarterback before he got there. No, I'm not saying, I'm not necessarily, so don't get it twisted now. So yes, we're looking for a franchise quarterback in Chicago, and we will continue to be unless we friggin' have one, I guess is the answer. I didn't expect there to be a franchise quarterback or even a viable stopgap, but that's what you need to develop a quarterback. That's what you need. Somebody who can actually, and Matt Nagy tried to do this. All the stopgaps failed. They stunk. They got worse as time continued on. Enter Justin Fields early. Broke the glass. Had to break the glass because we drafted him. Had to do it, and he floundered for exactly the same reasons that we're talking about here today. The exact same reasons. Ryan Poles had the opportunity to keep Justin Fields and draft Caleb. He could have done both. You have to give Justin Fields a $30 million contract. No, you don't. Give him what you see, what you want. Like, give him what you want to give him. He doesn't want to sign it, he doesn't sign it. There were things that could have been done there, and they weren't done. And that's part of the problem. We could have had somebody, whether he is a legendary franchise QB in place while Caleb acclimates and grows. They made a hard decision not to do that. They're doing it again this season. And here we are.
All I know is,
hold on.
Before you go, Trish, let me say this, man. I know that we all feel like, okay, Caleb will be okay. That's easy. That's an easy default button to hit. But from everything I'm hearing, I'm only speaking to what I'm listening to the professionals tell me. That's what I'm speaking to. And all the professionals that know what this shit's supposed to look like are telling me that this dude doesn't look ready. And if he's not ready, I just don't want the fan base to feel like, okay, we got to have him right now. But I know there's no getting around that. But if it doesn't look right away and it's a struggle, just remember this conversation. That's all I can say.
Well, my comment is to kids is there was no way that this city, this locker room, this media environment would have allowed Justin Fields to be out there and the number one pick sitting on the bench behind him. You think T-Bag gets more love now than he's deserving? You know, let Justin have missed one pass. And it's like, well, we need that number one pick out there. You know, this town hasn't been developing quarterbacks long enough to develop a quarterback, on the bench. So it's like now, whether he's ready or not, there is no ruining him. There is no.
No, there is. That's what you're describing. Like what you're describing is quite literally.
No, this is not ruining him. If he can't handle the weight, it's not being ruined. It's not being good enough. If you cannot figure out a game plan that can cater to what you want to do and have him execute that, then why the fuck did he even deserve to be this high of a quarterback if he can't quarterback? I mean, so basically what you're saying is he doesn't have the entire Ben Johnson system down, which is fine. It's very involved and it takes time to grow into. But if he can't do some preliminary quarterback shit, we got a whole lot of bigger problems.
It sounds like that's where we're at, man.
But let's just take a minute here. So virtually no under center reps for the young man. So this is a whole new thing that he has to learn. He has intangibles that we're all aware of. The problem with the intangibles is that they come well after the snap. Most of these offenses, as in like what he was working with last season with Waldron and Thomas Brown, get rid of the ball. West Coast, just get the ball out. That's all you need to do. It's not really about you as a quarterback. Get the ball out. That's not the type of quarterback he is. He's the type that's going to want to wheel and deal and, hook shot. Like that's the type of quarterback he is. He's not Tom Brady dink and dunk. He's going to have to learn to be Tom Brady. There's some things he has to do that are kind of clear and obvious to me. It's going to take him a little while to get there. And I'm a patient man. I want this team to actually have a franchise quarterback as opposed to ruining another one yet again. And love the media, y'all. Media is awesome. These off seasons are wicked. And to be honest with you, I'm kind of like a media guy now in some capacity too. So big ups to all of us. But straight up, we're the media itself is the greatest destroyer of Bears quarterbacks. That's what fuels all this, is the outside look at the quarterback position, the outside expectation on the quarterback position, to the level that, again, Matt Nagy, when he had the opportunity, we're going to sit Justin. Oh, snap. The pressure is so high that George McCaskey's come down into my office to have a conversation with me to tell me I need to start the kid. And I can't tell George McCaskey to go pound sand because he pays my checks. What do you do?
Kids is more right than I've ever heard him since being a podcaster with him. He is dead ass right now, man. And I hate to say it, it is both of our opinions, but man, I know there's going to be either a whole lot of success or a bunch of bumps in the road, and it's going to turn into some other shit because it's just the landscape that he has to deal with. And this is where we are, man. And Trips, I know you got something else to say before we get out of this conversation. You look like you do.
No, not really. It's just he's got to play. I mean,
he's gonna play.
He's gonna play. So I mean, it's a lot to do about nothing, as Shakespeare would say. So much to do about nothing. There you go. Much ado about nothing. Excuse me. But yeah, he's not skilled playing under center because he's never really done it. He's not skilled in his offense because he's never done it. He's not skilled in getting rid of the ball quick because he's never done it. So a lot of these things are being coached out of him and into him, the good stuff. And it's a learning process. But at this point in the career and with this team, it would be just a public relations nightmare if, week one, he's not starting. At quarterback.
But just going to say this before we get off this topic. I think we're all in agreement with that statement. Media meltdown if somehow it's not Caleb Williams in week 1 in September. Full agreement. I'm going to also say media meltdown if Caleb Williams looks like absolute garbage by week 4 in September. I'm gonna give him 3 weeks. Same media meltdown come hell or high water either way. Is he ready or not is my question. If he's ready, play him. If he ain't, make a decision.
It's like a parallel universe. There's a world where he's exactly right, man. It's this parallel universe. You got one extreme and you got the other.
And then the results are the same, bro.
It's the same fucking shit.
The results are the exact same. It's the media losing their mind that Caleb Williams is or isn't the guy.
Man.
Because I don't hear any arguments coming out of Denver about Bo Nix being challenged or not the guy, or Jaden Daniels being challenged or not the guy, or
Drake
May being challenged.
Denver, we're talking about Washington. We're talking about 2 different fucking media landscapes. This is a whole different bear. This is a big fucking grizzly bear.
Yeah, but we're also
Bro,
talking about the number one quarterback that was picked out of all those dudes.
That's true too.
And y'all trying to say that he ain't ready? Come on.
Oh yeah, he just. I told kids, do you guys remember? You guys remember the podcast that we had? Samuel was on some of these. Who's in the chat right now? We were talking about like people like Caleb Williams. We understood why people like Caleb Williams, but it was in unison almost. Me and Samuel was. Well, we kept, and even kids, we kept saying that Jaden Daniels is the most pro-style ready quarterback of the group. Even, I mean, it was abundantly clear. That's all you had to do was watch tape. Caleb Williams, given the system that he played in, we knew that, okay, he's got wild ass, immense talent, but it was going to still be some time before he was able to harness that and play a pro-style offense and play the kind of game that pro NFL coaches want him to play and execute those offenses. We knew that was evident watching the tape. And so now that we're at this spot, we keep hearing about all this struggle. It's par for the course for me. All it does is tell me the guy ain't quite ready yet, but there's no getting around it. He is going to be pushed out there and he's going to have to play. This fan base will not wait. The media will not wait. He's going to have to be good, fast, and there won't be no getting around that, period. And if he's not, it's going to be a fuckery of a landscape here in the media, on these podcasts. It's going to be fucked up if he's not good. That's just all it is to it. We knew Jaden Daniels was more ready to play pro-style offense coming out of LSU because that's what they did there. Caleb Williams did the total opposite at USC. We kept fucking saying that. But now here we are. At some point, the fans are going to realize there's some podcasters out here to know what the fuck they talking about when it comes to football. Ain't nothing off here. Well, he's going to either swim or he's going to sink. And it ain't his fault.
It's unfortunately Chicago's fault. It's the Bears organization, and it's the third largest media market in the United States of America. Like that's immense pressure for this brand. Like Ben Johnson is going to be new to dealing with all of this. It's not going to be fun. The same token, at least, like, and this is where I had to give it to Caleb during the draft process, is like, I think he's the most mentally ready for this media. I think he can handle this media to a certain degree. But I have to throw it at Ryan Poles again. There was due diligence that should have been done that was not done in this quarterback search as well. He did the same thing Ryan Pace did, and he fell in love with a QB and drafted him. And that's fine. Like, I don't care if that's what the situation is. But if you fell in love with the dude and you brought him into Chicago to be that franchise quarterback and he's not ready, give him the rope and give him the time that he needs to get. Give him whatever the hell it is that you believe that he needs to get ready. I think maybe I'm wrong with what it is. Give him that and let him get there.
All right.
That's it.
We're going to take a hard left turn. Why? It's because there's a bunch of people that came to this show for some updates. Let me ask you guys this question before we make that U-turn. Have you guys checked out any news, any updates, or any information in regards to what we were talking about last week? This is a technical term from it. It's 3I Atlas, but most people are calling it 31 Atlas. This object that's in space that is moving about 37 miles per minute. Think about that, 37 miles per minute. This thing is hurtling through space. And have you guys checked any of that out?
Nope.
Nope.
Not interested yet, huh?
Nope.
So was it just a Yahoo conversation that we were having last week, or?
Well, for me, it's not like I'm thinking about it, concerned about it, worried about it. It's some shit crashing to the earth. I'll wake up or I won't. That's not going to stop me from, having to do the stuff I need to do. It's not going to, stop me from enjoying the things I need to enjoy. There's a whole lot of shit going on up there. And guess what? I don't own my own personal satellite, so it's like whatever happens, I'll find out later. If the aliens, pull up and it's like, oh shit, what up, y'all? I'll holler at them. You know what I mean? It don't have to be no animosity. If it's peace, it's peace. You know what I mean?
Hold your peace for a second, kid. It's time to take a trip to the dark side, bro.
Oh, hold on.
All right. All right. Yeah, it's a little bit going on.
It's in dark mode now. All right. Where are we going with all this?
We're about to take a travel. Here we go. And here we are, man. Listen, this 31 Atlas stuff, for whatever it's worth, I'm one of those people, kids, trips, that I'm moved by my instincts. If my spidey senses are tingling, my antennas are telling me something, and they're all my life they've been 100% right. And when I did not listen to them, I was in fucked up situations, man. And I'm not telling you that my spidey senses are tingling. I'm not telling you that my antennas are up when it comes to this. What I'm telling you is it's piqued my curiosity because it's a couple of things going on. Number one is when I see the major these stories like this are usually reserved for your crackpot, when you're at the counter at the grocery store, you grab one of those little news organizations that don't really mean shit. They traffic in conspiracy and clickbait headlines, right? This shit is usually reserved for that. What got my attention is the fact that every freaking news outlet across the planet, not just here in the United States, every single one has reported on this, and they continue to do it. So that tells me not that just because it's a major news outlet is covering it, that it must be right, but that definitely gets my curiosity. Like, all of them are discussing this. And so let's start there, man. The fact that all the major news media are talking about this seems to me that it would be rational for me as an individual in this country, as a citizen of the world, to pay attention to what they're talking about here. All of them ain't reporting on it for nothing.
So you're saying that major news media is in collusion? Is that what you're saying?
You can take it down that road. Go ahead.
I'm just being a jerk. So I did say I'm a bit of a conspiracy theorist at the end of the day, but I'm also probably the world's grandest skeptic, and that's what being a real conspiracy theorist is all about. Bullshit is bullshit for bullshit's sake, and sometimes bullshit is used to control the masses. And here we are. That's my little 2 cents on it. I'm not gonna. When I hear stuff like this, especially in a coordinated means, across multiple, just like I was saying earlier on about the Roshan Johnson film, I'm gonna go research it. And take a look at it a little bit more closely and see why are they talking about this? What's the why?
So this is 31 Atlas from the Hubble telescope view. That's a very well-known telescope that everybody's familiar with. Everybody knows.
Made in Canada. Just had to throw that out there.
Is that right?
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Elbows
Yes,
up.
I didn't know that. That's new. Okay. But this is the Hubble telescope view, as of course you see up on the screen. It's July 21st, 2025. What you see around it is just really space matter that has typical, it's got a typical profile. This is what space matter looks like under the telescope. Look at the difference between this object, 31 Atlas, and the other objects out there. Why does it look so different? This is a Hubble telescope view. Any questions about that? I mean, why does this?
Well, saying that the 31 Atlas object is some say, who delve into these things, the weapon that some aliens used against Mars, because Mars used to be a populated planet with buildings, statues, people, obviously, and that this 31 Atlas thing is a thing that took them out. So I mean, that's the thing. If this is the thing that's going to turn Earth into Mars, what the hell am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to think about it or worry about it? It becomes more concerning when, let's say, the NFL, the MLB, all the sports people, everything shuts down because this space object is coming to do whatever it's going to do. And then it's like, oh, okay, so what am I supposed to do? Hoard water and try and find some vegetables up in the closet for a little bit, or am I supposed to go outside?
I think you're jumping to conclusions.
What do you do? It's like, how does it change your life?
I think you're jumping to conclusions. Hold on. I think you're jumping to conclusions. I don't think anybody should do anything as of yet. But as that thing gets closer, when it gets closer, more telescopes, more, there's like, let me pull this up.
I mean, so what do you do? Do you strap up and get ready for an invasion?
I'm gonna take you there. So anybody is not familiar with the Galileo project, the Galileo Observatory, as you can see on the screen, is commissioning data on 500,000 objects in the sky currently. What the world is waiting on, there's a lot of people speculating on this. You got a Harvard scientist, who I'm about to show you here in a second. But as of now, the Galileo Project Observatory, they're like a private Illuminati clique is what they are. And they tend to stick together. And when you have one guy or two guys, somebody that goes and kind of vacates from the group and starts talking, they have a problem with that particular individual. So if you don't know about the Galileo Project, it's kind of you can see what's on the screen. It explains exactly what they are. When they weigh in on what this object is and that's what the world is waiting on. The world is waiting. Now, have you guys ever heard of the Galileo Project or the Galileo Observatory at all?
Yeah, heard of it.
Yeah.
Kids?
I'm the type of guy who keeps his eyes on the horizon, man. I'm not looking up into space. Because ain't shit happening in space that really is going to affect my life at all.
And even Samo said here, the object is not projected to hit Earth on its current path, but pass close by without impact. But even if it does that, that could throw, things in the cattywampus with the Earth's gravitational pull or sunspots or, what's in the tail of this object, that could affect Earth. There's a whole kind of things with just not even intelligent life, but just space junk. Rocks, asteroids that are just floating around and roaming through space that could be on a collision course. If this thing pulls up to the atmosphere and kind of parks and kind of hangs out, then it's like, all right, there's some shit going on up there. But it's like, all right, what do you do? Do you live underground, move into the subway system? Do you put up a sign and say welcome and hope that, like Independence Day, they don't kill us first? Or what do you do?
So Trips, that's funny you mentioned that is, I think, first of all, we got time. We got a lot of time. And some people, some of the scientists that are observing this thing are saying that it's on a trajectory and on a path to where when it gets really, really near Earth, and so that the telescopes and all that kind of stuff, the orbits that we have out there, you know, we've got stuff out there in space that will be able to get an eye on this. It's on a trajectory to kind of hide behind the sun once it arrives in our, I guess, solar system or in our sphere or whatever. It can hide behind the sun, so we won't have an exact view on it for quite some time once it gets to this area. And so that's the trajectory it's on. It's set on a course to hide directly behind the sun. So everything you're talking about, you know, once it gets close enough, we'll be able to get eye on it. No, it's going to get right behind the sun, and we won't know exactly what the fuck's going on. That's the information.
You would think that, you know, with the heat from the sun, if it got close enough, wouldn't the sun destroy it?
We'll see. It doesn't. I guess that.
I mean, because if it's coming toward us and the sun is between us and it, so it's got to go through or around or over or under the sun to get to us. You know, the sun seems like it would be a natural heated barrier against those kind of things.
We would hope. But here's the guy that kind of broke this story all open. This is Avi Loeb, Harvard astrophysicist and a professor. He is part of that, if you want to call it, I was being funny when I said an Illuminati amongst all those Harvard professors, but you know, they're almost like a secret society. When they move in unison. This guy broke from the pack. And he started all of once a Harvard astrophysicist says this about an object in space nearing Earth, people are going to pay attention. So this is Avi Loeb. He's the reason why I ain't gonna say the only reason but he's the one that broke from the pack and said, you know what, this is different. I'm looking at this and I can tell by its behavior. As far as it is a way I can tell by its behavior, it's not a comet. And so that's what everybody wants to label this thing as a comet. And he's breaking away from the pack saying, no. Dog, stop. I know they're a group and they group think. This ain't the same. That's what Avi Loeb is saying. He's on every news network. He's on every podcast show. He's the guy that kind of broke this open. Any thoughts?
What's Neil deGrasse Tyson's thought on this?
I haven't heard him yet. He's one of the next couple of guys that I will be looking for. There's another guy, man. I think this dude, you talking about intellect. I forget his name. I think Scrolls, you mentioned him a couple of minutes ago, but you talking about retaining information. This guy is like a computer. He had Avi Loeb on the show this week. This guy is one of the foremost minds on anything interstellar. Let's just say that. He is good. When I say he's good, I mean over the top good. Say his name again. Billy Carson. That's his name. That's the guy you want to pay attention to. If y'all need to, fellas, write this name in your phone because this is the guy you want to go check out. Billy Carson. Write this name in your fucking phone. I'm telling you, you're going to thank me later. You're going to thank me later. This is a guy you want to pay attention to. Everybody in the chat that just saw that name that Scrolls just said, write that name down. If you're unfamiliar with him, you better figure it out. This guy his brain is like a computer, man.
And Abby also played quarterback. Daryl Gibson is that. That's hilarious.
Yeah, left tackle? He don't look like a left tackle.
All right. So that's the person that kind of broke this thing open. Let me show you in relation to us what this looks like out there in space. And so as you can see, that's 31 Atlas way out there to your top right. And we are Earth down there where it says us. This gives you a better relation to, and remember, this thing is moving at 37 miles per minute.
Well, here's a question though. That's its trajectory right there. If it's not man-made or humanoid, but if there is a life form or something there, couldn't it like make a left or make a right or just kind of slow down or speed up? You know, it's not going to stay on that same trajectory if it's piloted. This staying on this same trajectory sounds just like some shit is just floating through space.
See, that's what they're looking for, Trips. As it gets closer, all the people that do this science and do this study, they're looking for. They already feeling like this thing is moving abnormally. Now it doesn't move like a traditional. It's not obeying gravitational pull, is what they're trying to say. It's not obeying that whatsoever as of now, and it ain't even close enough for them to really get good. A good way of thinking about what it is. Once it gets closer, you'll hear more and more. You'll hear more and more information comes out, whether it's normal or whether it's abnormal. But right now, I'm going to say that most of the scientists I've heard talk about it say that it's moving abnormally, not like a normal piece of space, junk, or comet.
Well, even if it was a comet or meteor and it hit the Earth, and another ice age is started, what do you do? I mean, it's just kind of like, well, there is no bartering, there is no arguing with, there is no paying off. I mean, it's just, all right, lights out, or whatever the next thing is, with the spirit of life or whatever. But what do you? I mean, all right, there's some shit in space that's headed this direction. What do you do? I mean, do you not go to sleep tonight and say, oh, I'm going to worry about this, or I'm going to try and get my life's work done before this thing gets here? I mean, how do you prepare for what this can do to the earth in a way that it's like, all right, we'll stock up on supplies, resources. What do you do in the light of this news?
I'm going to watch. That's all I'm gonna do. It ain't nowhere near close enough for me to start making rash decisions on how I live my life or what do I need to do at the grocery store. What I'm doing is just gathering information. The closer and closer it gets, that's the only reason I'm bringing it to the forefront, is so that people, no matter what happens with it, at least somebody was just like, hey, you know what? They ain't all fucking lunatics out there. These people are observing this. Every news media outlet is talking about it. So it's not like it's okay, leave it on the edge of your grocery store aisle. No. People are paying really, really close attention to this. I'm not saying that anybody needs to do anything right now, but pay attention. That's all I'm saying. I'm just giving you information.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it's like, hey, look at that. Some shit out in space flying by the planet. Oh, wow, cool. All right, yeah, rent's due tomorrow. So
you know what I'm saying? Like it's so, like, here's the flip side of this. Another great reason for all the media, outlets to be in collusion on something like this. There's probably something real going on that's actually happening that they're doing a great job of not telling us. This could be the grandest distraction of them all. Hey, look into the sky. There's something floating around up there that you can't see, but we're telling you it's out there, and we're gonna bring this geeky ass punk.
Yeah, it's funny you even fucking
with a pair of glasses and put him in a suit and sit him on a stage, and he's gonna tell you about all sorts of pie in the sky BS that you can't verify or refute.
Okay, slow down for half a second. Just Google or in your phone or on your computer, whatever you do. Google who predicted that there was going to be a fake alien invasion 2 months ago. That's all you got to do. And watch what you pull up. Watch what you pull up. And so there's that lane out there that people, there's somebody that feels like the government is getting ready to try some shit. And they get ready to pull some shit.
Was it Quetzalcoatl?
Show me
Quetzalcoatl for sure. I remember how your maple syrup ass smelled. Well, it wasn't you.
Wasn't me.
It wasn't you, but that's out there. So, all right, while you're looking for that, kids, let me pull this up.
Man, if kids actually smelled like maple syrup, what's my man from the Raiders that just got cut and delicious?
Do you guys remember the 8.8, 8.9 earthquake in, I think, Russia?
I heard something about this.
Sure.
All right, so let me show you guys something. Give me a second.
Was it Joe Rogan?
No, it wasn't Joe Rogan. He was probably on Joe Rogan. Okay, this is
Cliff High.
hold on, man. This is Kamchatka. This is in Russia, or they call it Eurasia. This is where Russia and Asia kind of intersects, I guess, in that area. This is Kamchatka. This is a response to the 8.8 quake that happened in Russia. It triggered this volcano to erupt. This is the tallest, the biggest volcano in Europe. It erupted after 600 years. It erupted. So that's just give you a perspective. This has happened since. 6 volcanoes now erupting in the wake of the 8.8 megaquake in the Ring of Fire. Repeat, the Ring of Fire roars to life after its first eruption in 600 years. Coincidence?
Well, it's the Earth plates. They shift.
That's what I was just about to say.
That's kind of a scientific thing that's been happening since the tectonic plates. They used to fit together, but now they're apart and the countries are over here. But if you put them back together, it would be one landmass because of the jigsaw puzzle nature of how they came apart. And so the plates, the tectonic plates, the pressure, the gases, it's just kind of like the Earth farting. And we just kind of got to smell it. We just hear, so the tidal waves that cause from it, the tsunamis, that's just the Earth moving around.
Look at what Samuel is saying here. Kids, Trips, feel free to read it.
What about U.S. Rep and Air Force veteran Anna Paulina Luna claims that she's seen evidence of interdimensional beings with credible people reporting movement outside of time and space?
Well, first of all, that chick is crazy.
I believe that, though.
But I believe that it could happen. It doesn't mean that she's crazy because of this. I think she's just crazy. But but time, space, if it's a time space thing, they don't need no spaceships like that we could track and see coming, thousands of millions of miles away. They just use a little boop thing and just fucking appear. Or just disappear and make the little window like woohoo, and then it's like you got to jump through the rainbow window or whatever the fuck the time space continuum shit is. Well, so there is no spaceship. There is no we got an early warning system because their technology is so advanced. Our early warning systems wouldn't know what the hell they were.
Well, Trish, hold on, man. Let me show them what the Ring of Fire is for perspective. I'm sure all you all, at least you two guys, I know y'all know exactly what the Ring of Fire is. There's probably a lot of people watching the show that has probably heard of the Ring of Fire, but don't know exactly what it is, what it means. Here's a perspective of what the Ring of Fire means. Kids, Trips, any one of y'all want to talk about this, go right ahead. You see North America, you see Asia, you see South America, you see Australia, and in the middle of all of that is the Pacific Ocean and those islands in the middle of that. That what you see lit up in blue are all the volcanoes in the active regions in that area. This shit ain't no joke, man. I know we want to act like, and it's cool to just go about. This shit is real, man.
Well, yeah, volcanoes are real. I remember when Mount St. Helens exploded or erupted, in Washington State, a few years back. It's what volcanoes do. That's why they call volcanoes. Hawaiian, the islands, there's that dormant volcanoes and the non-dormant volcanoes are just steaming. That steaming is coming from the interior of the earth. When that pressure builds up, volcanoes explode. When the plate shifts, earthquakes happen. It's just kind of an earthly thing. And Sam will say, yeah, she is crazy.
For us, what terrifies me, hold on. Let me get us back to where we need to be.
Floods, hurricanes, tornadoes, polar vortexes, heat waves.
Everybody's always been hyper afraid. You see Mount St. Helens. I don't know if you guys can see this well, but you can see Mount St. Helens over there in North America. You see it on the right side in Washington. And am I correct when I say Yellowstone Park is in California?
Yellowstone, it's in Montana, I thought, or is it Wyoming?
I thought it was in California. It might be white.
It's over there someplace northwest.
Somebody help me out. One of you California dudes, man.
California.
So the big scare for us in the United States is if those volcanoes out there start to erupt and they start getting active, what's to happen after that?
Well, shit. Volcanoes is if that's a pressure release. Once the pressure releases, the tectonic plates shift into those voids, and so you have a volcano, and then once the plate shift, then you have the earthquakes and tsunamis.
So to take it one step further is that there's molten magma underneath the surface of the earth, and that's where the eruption is coming from, because a plate is shifted and moved where the magma was being stored. Right. It's now got to go someplace else because of that shift. That someplace is up through the volcano and into, to mess with all of us. It's kind of how that works. Unless there was a massive tectonic shift. And when I say massive, we would probably actually notice it. It would probably be a little bit larger than what we're discussing here.
Right.
But I mean, there'd be mad death, like mad people would die in a shift like that. That would set off the remaining volcanoes to all erupt. Like this would be a mass. This would be an extinction level situation, at least from a societal perspective. Anything, any life that's around those areas that we're talking about, like this, if you look at the bottom there, that portion of, I'm going to assume that's New Zealand that has all those above Australia, probably New Zealand.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like that's relatively heavily populated.
No, New Zealand is down there at the bottom right.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, you're right. I have no idea where that is, but there's a bunch of
just to the north of Australia.
Can you see that bigger now?
Well, it says Mount St. Helens, but that's a different Mount St. Helens over there.
I would have to.
Some of the Philippines and all that.
I'm asking you guys a question. Did you guys see me change the screen, or is it just me on my side?
This is the same
only
screen.
On your side. It's not. It doesn't look any different here.
Yeah, but I think more people would pay attention if like actual kaiju started coming out, and killing people, and we had to call Godzilla or something. But other than that, it's just what the Earth does, and we just happen to live on it, and so it's going to do what it's going to do, and we have to react.
Burning ring of fire.
Sing it, Johnny. And man, I'm black.
And it burns.
So I mean, because like you got the actual people in the area around the volcanoes, but then you got that ash cloud that can travel for hundreds and hundreds of miles. Yeah.
So this doesn't. You guys don't see any connection. This is from the sun, by the way. This isn't just a regular tabloid, man. Blowing their top 6 volcanoes now erupt in the wake of 8.8 magnitude earthquake. The ring of fire roars to life after first eruption in 600 years.
Well, they call it that for a reason.
You guys, I'm telling you, man, this ain't nothing. That's all I can say. I don't know what's to come of it, but it ain't nothing.
But well, then what is it?
Right. I don't know.
Is it related to the space thing, or is it separate?
I don't know. It's people starting.
Could it be like the space thing? Once it get close, it set off, the beacon, and some shit that they came millions of years ago and buried under the earth is now starting up, and these are like the sputters and it's like that whatever is starting up is like these are the results of it, and it's starting because this thing is getting closer, that kind of thing.
It started with this. Once this lit up, and it is a natural reaction to a big earthquake.
But now is this the Kimakacha, the Ring of Fire? Is that related to the TR-808? That's to the space thing.
Isn't that a drum machine?
Not to take it all the way there, but it's a lot of people that want to run a through line through it. You know what I'm saying?
So I mean, is it related, or I mean, is that kind of the speculation?
I can't tell you. I'm not no interstellar human being. I'm just a human.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I mean, whatever the case may be, like the ash clouds, that can be detrimental for the health of human beings. Earthquakes, bad for human beings. Tsunamis, everything that the earth does to blow off steam, literally and figuratively, is bad for human beings. So is it just an earth thing? But now it's like if it's an earth thing and a space thing, because the space thing had
let's start at the basics, Trips, let's start at the basics. We'll start with you. Have you seen anything like this in your lifetime? Where there's an 8.8 earthquake and it triggered all this?
Well, yeah, that's what earthquakes do.
You've seen that in your
lifetime. I was in San Francisco 5 years ago and experienced an earthquake. And it wasn't like an 8.8, like a huge thing where everything was like falling off. It was like a 3 something or 4 something. And so it was relatively small. But it was in the Berkeley area. There is a oil gas refinery kind of thing up on one of the hills. But that earthquake was enough to cause a fire, which in turn had to evacuate the entire area because of the chemicals and the shit that was burning. That's bad for humans. So that was a very small rumble that caused a huge amount of destruction. So an 8.8, yeah, that's gonna fuck a lot of shit up. That's enough in a populated area. Buildings in San Francisco or wherever it hits are gonna fall. They have earthquakes in Chicago, in New York, just not that big. If something that big hits, it's gonna mess some stuff up. But the side effects of volcanoes are or earthquakes and tsunamis. All of those things are cause of one another. So you drop a brick in the water and it causes a wave, a ripple. So you shake up the volcano and the earthquake, and now you got the plate smashing, you got the water, you got the tsunamis. So it's all related. It's just the precipitating cause is the release of pressure from the Earth's core.
Oh, yeah. You just gave the scientific version of I know.
Well, that's what it is. It's science.
Well, I get it. Hey, Brandon, by the way, hey, man, listen, the only reason we do this kind of stuff on some extra sauce is to stretch out the conversations. Man, listen, I know everybody comes here for a Bears conversation, but I'm just assuming that most people that come here, and I'm saying most people because there's always outliers. Most people can have conversations that don't involve Chicago Bears and be okay with it. That's all this is. We were talking about music. We were listening to music. Mm-hmm. We talk about freaking Trips was talking weird shit about something. Kez was talking about strawberries with his weird ass, chocolate covered strawberries and whipped cream. We were talking about all kinds.
Yeah, I didn't say nothing about no whipped cream.
Wait, where you going?
Some extra sauce is designed. The way some extra sauce is designed is for us to have a platform to talk about something else at some point that ain't Chicago Bears. That's what the show is designed to do. That's all.
Well, I'm just trying to understand where you're going with all this. Are you tying these things together? Is one the impetus of the other? Should we be running for the hills and or stockpiling goods?
What do you do?
The answer, abso-effing-lutely nothing. Ask yourself the question, why are they telling me about this now across the media? Like these are the questions you need to ask. Why? I don't think that a volcano in Russia really gonna do anything to me here in Ontario, Canada. I think I'm good. I think I'm just far enough away that the magma in Russia isn't going to burn me. So I'm cool. I'm good. Maybe if it can melt some of the bloody snow that's going to come down here in a couple of months, I'd be happy. It's doubtful. So they're going to have to figure out what they're doing in Russia with respect to a volcano.
So you're thinking like a common motherfucker.
No, I'm thinking
unless it's on my lap or it's in my driveway, it doesn't matter to me.
No. I'm thinking like a realist, right? Like
it doesn't affect them.
I still have to wake up, go to work, and pay my bills and make sure my rent is handled, my car note. You know what I mean? There's things that are of actual real substance and consequence. a bunch of volcanoes that are nowhere near me don't really affect me. So I can observe from here and have a conversation about it, but at the same time, that map you showed, nowhere near Ontario, Canada. We good, bruh. So
how many earthquakes have there been in India, or where it fucked like a lot of people up? But over here it's like, oh, that's sad. But it's like that's not our problem. Over here, when stuff goes wrong or cattywampus, is like that affects us. But guess what? That's not kids' Canadian problem or India's problem. It becomes localized to where it's like, yes, it's all affecting us because it's all on the same planet. But if it's not in our neighborhood or on our block, it's like, yeah, that's over there.
Stop hoarding all the women, Scrolls. Sorry. Scrolls out there hoarding the women.
Kez and Trips is trivializing this. Me and Nomad will be underground, prepared to repopulate the earth with the remaining females.
Well, this is what I'm asking. Like, should I be ready?
You two motherfuckers are too relaxed. Some of the shit y'all need to take more serious, man.
Scrolls is ready to go. He's ready to jump on the ground and start banging. You know what I mean? Just like a rabbit. He's ready to go, and I don't blame him. You should always be spry.
But it's like the question has come up before from Nomad. It's like, when you on death row, first of all, why the fuck are we on death row? But I'll continue. I digress. What's your last meal? It's like Illinois Jones is saying ELE means extinction level event. If there's one of those coming,
Busta Rhymes album,
what are you gonna do? Are you gonna like try and like get to your moms or your loved ones and be close with them and just like hold hands and shit? Or do you go out and say,
all I know is you two motherfuckers already have dead. Because y'all ain't prepared to do a motherfucking thing, but just.
So look at what Andre Bryan is saying. COVID happened and I had to work.
Y'all think it's funny?
My job wasn't offering a COVID package unless you got sick for it. Like, the shit will be burning down, and your boss is going to be like, we're losing sales, bro. You know what I mean? you need to get in the office and do the damn job, or you're fired.
Right. The aliens is coming out, but you got a quota.
The volcanoes are busting, ash shooting in the sky, and your boss is still going to be like, yo, you know what's up, though? You know what I mean? Like, Monday morning, you need to be at the office, come hell or high water. We had a return to office, so ain't none of that remote shit going on anymore. You're coming in, and you're doing the damn job.
Okay, let me ask you guys a question. Now, I just want to ask you, this is a serious one. This is where I want you to leave the sarcasm at the door. No, this ain't asshole response.
But like, that's what I do.
I know that's what you do, man. But I need you to be a regular human being, you and Trish, for just a normal couple of minutes here. I just want to ask you, let's just say this object hit orbit and it sits in a space like right beside the sun, but it's not coming towards the earth.
Like it parks.
And just follow me now. And the observatories notice it. They're relaying the message to NASA. NASA's relaying the message to the Pentagon. The Pentagon is relaying to the White House. And they're saying, hey, something's happening. What the fuck's going on? At what point, you being a normal human being in Canada, Trips, you being a normal human being in Chicago, at what point do you start making provisions for yourself? Or do you just lay there and say, all right, whatever it's going to be, it's going to be? Is
provisions
a regular response? Starting with you, Canuck.
What?
Provisions in what capacity, though?
Because you don't know exactly what's about to happen. So what do? Do you get your family together? Do you get your family together and go to fucking Florida? Do you go to Jamaica? What do you do? Do you have any idea what you would do other than watch TV?
Here are the facts. I'm broke. I mean, just like baseline the whole situation. I don't have enough money and or power to do the things that would be needed to do to create some level of change in a situation like this. I have all kinds of ideas like, here's the first idea. Shoot something in the sky into outer space a projectile to knock this thing off of course or attack it, destroy it.
So you would attack. You
mean the theme to Armageddon?
I'm just saying this is just idea number one. If this is
Armageddon, the theme to Armageddon is your idea number one.
Well, I'm just saying if something is flying at us from outer space and we're worried about it,
we land some shit on it, blow it up, and
shoot it down, get it. Make sure that it's knocked as far off of it.
I know you cannot. You are not that thick-headed. There's no way you're that thick-headed.
This is the plot of the movie Armageddon.
You talking like your head is thick as cornbread batter, man. You're not that stupid. You don't fucking fire at something you don't know nothing about. You don't.
So you let it come and kill you?
No, you just observe.
You sit back and you watch it destroy you.
No. Y'all watch too much fucking TV.
Wait, so you see something coming at you?
They want to see what kind of. If they wanted to see what kind of creatures we are, that'd be a good way to tell them. Now fuck them up.
Hold on. So we don't know if there's any life form at all on this thing barreling towards Earth. And so Keds' logic is, wait, let's maybe stop this thing from hitting Earth by changing its trajectory.
Okay, so basically what they're saying, this is not a comet. This is not something that they're worried about coming and blasting Earth and just landing on Earth.
So they're saying it's an alien ship is what they're saying.
That's what they're trying to say. And I'm trying not to say that directly, but that's why I'm asking you guys, what would your response be if you were some kind of administrator of the government and you have tokens? If it's set there, if it's set next to the sun, it ain't fucking a comet. Is it going to keep going hurtling towards Earth, isn't it?
But that's still the same kind of like case scenario. You would need this is what we're talking about. So there's no provisions here. There is no provision you could make. You're literally a sitting duck waiting to be destroyed.
Yeah,
that's what you are.
There's shit you can do.
We can have conversations about.
There is no. You can say you can go underground and live in a bunker, that you make, or you go deep. All right, cool. The Earth blows up, or they flood it, or you live and you come back out in a few decades to what? I mean, you're alive, but are you living? And so it's like well, we don't have the technology to defend ourselves. Let's put it like that. The most that this planet has is nukes, and the only thing that kills is us. So if the technology, or not the technology, but if beings from wherever the fuck they're from who have the technology to travel the space and wherever, the only hope is that they're friendly and benevolent and just want to meet us and share and keep it moving. Because if they are at all violent, if they're at all wanting our resources or just us from meat, there ain't nothing we can do about it.
We're cooked.
So it's like if there is something there, it's like, all right, we stock up on water, but by then everybody's gonna panic buy, and so it's gonna be riots, and it's not like you can go to the store and just buy stuff and walk out. People are gonna be trying to take your carts and stuff. There's gonna be panic, there's gonna be chaos. So the most you can do is try to get with your loved ones and be like, all right, let's get ready to riot whatever this is out, because at this point in time, no businesses are going to be open. No commerce isn't going to be moving. Everything is going to be focused on the rapture of whatever this thing is coming at us. Is it friendly? Is it evil? We don't know.
All right.
But there's nothing we can do. It's just wait it out.
There are two things that could be done. Okay. In any event, I'm still going to wind up being part of the dead parties here. So here are the two general things that could be done. Number one, you do the Elon Musk thing. Everybody jumps on a Starlink ship and they go to Mars, and you have a Mars civilization and you get the F out of Dodge. That's option A. It's actually option B, but option A really is Mount Weather and the bunkers underneath. So, according to conspiracy MFs out there,
what Mount Weather is and where it's located.
I'm about to, according to conspiracy folks out there, there is a full-on city and or bunker slash bunker system that runs from underneath the Denver airport to God knows where in the U.S. It's like a massive Arkansas, directly underneath Washington, D.C. It's all over it's like underground all over the place. Anyhow, you would then populate that. That is option A. And when I say you would populate it, it would be the people who are already set up to populate this thing, have potentially paid for it, or
who knows exactly where it is and
who knows where it is and will be allowed entry to it, which again, I'm not one of. So I'm ass out. I'm fighting with Nomad over and Scrolls over the last couple of broads that they brought into their own little basement. And you know what I mean? Like that's basically where we are. Those are the only two things you can maybe do. You leave the planet or go underground. Here's a third idea, which doesn't exist. You could potentially create some sort of an underwater Atlantis type case scenario. Nobody's done this yet, but it could be done. You know what I mean? It could be done. These are the three things that you could potentially. Here's one more. The final one would be to create a society that actually floats. That's a third thing you could maybe do. Floats in air, right? And that's
you mean it. Like that ship from the Avenger movies? Like the thing
that's a great example. So yes, something like the helicarrier. Yeah. But like I would say more like an actual city along those lines that is somehow sustainable in the air.
Well, see, all the three things that you mentioned there are cool, but you know what they're actually doing in reality is I had a conversation with this earlier, but not the ego babies, pod babies, the life forms that they make in the symbiotic fluid, like the invasion of the body snatchers, but they're actually developing creatures, people that have consciousness. They don't really necessarily have life, but they have consciousness. And they're developing these things in the labs, you know, instead of in a womb, you know, of a woman, for space travel, for those workers and worker bees to have in space, for when the haves, not the have-nots like us, but the haves who have the, you know, the tickets or the reservations for the first colony in Mars or outer space or underground, to have, you know, non-humans but serve them, you know, to put their consciousness in so they can live in climates, because the human body is very fragile. We can't even live on every place on our own planet. So, you know, going out into the depths of space, you're going to need more of a sturdier frame, if you will. So you got the androids and the robotics and the consciousness that they're putting their consciousness into. It's not about saving the earth or doing anything for the earth. The powers that be are preparing to leave the earth. You know, so you get the guys with the Musks and the Bezos who get all the money. You know, they don't give a shit about the earth. They just use that just to gather their resources to move out.
All right, away from us. You guys a question, man. And Richard LaFleur, I think I said it right.
Ricky Leahy. You just call him Ricky Leahy.
He says, what about a solar like in knowing? See, I know he's talking about a movie because I've seen that movie title. I've never seen the movie. Have either one of you guys seen it?
I haven't seen it either. You'll have to explain. You'll have to explain the solar case scenario more, Ricky. I haven't seen.
I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah,
saying solar flare.
He's making me want to go watch that movie though. So I got a curious mind like that. Okay. I've got a seriously curious mind when it comes to these things, man, and that's why, you know, it's easy for me to talk about this stuff, and I know it's like, man, no matter what the fuck are we talking about, I get it.
Yeah. So the only reason that I am a skeptic because these are conversations that have been had by people who have way more resources than we will ever have, and this is where Trip is sort of leaning towards. This is a potential actual reason for the hoarding that takes place on the planet Earth. So if any of these extinction level events actually do occur, certain families can do what they need to do to survive these ELEs and or alien invasions or whatever whatever shit might hit the fans. This is just facts. Long story short, though, if you're not a member of one of those hoarding ass families, you're fucked. Like, I don't like to curse on this show, you know what I mean? But like, that's just what it is. Like, that's where we all are. We don't have that level of control, to manage what you need to manage, and that puts us all at odds with each other. That means that regular society no longer works, and you'll have to find a merry band of men and women to go pillage and survive with. Like, that's all you can do. So whatever level of hoarding whatever level of stockpiling or preparing you want to do for stuff like this is cool, but it means nothing. Somebody's gonna come take it from you.
Hey, let me guys. I would say this, man, before we get ready to end this thing. I think when you say that we spent enough time together that we've kind of gotten to know each other a little bit, and I consider myself speaking to not only free thinkers but deep thinkers. When I'm talking to you, I'm talking about you and Trips, talking about kids and Trips, free thinkers and deep thinkers. What I would say to people is, if you're in deep thought and you're just as human as I am, and these two guys are, I'm not saying go and make any rash decisions. I'm not saying that whatsoever. What I'm saying this, and the only reason we're bringing this up is because I'm trying to bring it to attention, is just because maybe, just by chance, that maybe this is something else. We don't know yet, man. And so it's easy to dismiss it.
But what are you talking about?
I'm trying to say that open your mind up a little bit. And so
to what?
To the thought that we ain't in this thing by ourselves. I'm talking about people, our beings, this planet. We can't be, I cannot imagine that we can be arrogant enough to believe that we're the only intelligent beings on the planet. I mean, in the solar.
You use that word intelligent very loosely, but go ahead.
Well, whatever, man. Sarcastic shit. I'm saying,
well, we don't have the capabilities to do what if Atlas 31 is a manned, or not manned, but some kind of beings that control it. That right there. I mean, we don't have any ships capable to do that, what it's doing right now. So, I mean, we're just not there intelligent wise. We're just trying to get off of our planet right now. These people these things seem to be traveling the universe at will.
Mr. Charles says, so can you answer my question, please? And I think he's talking about the question he was talking about. So if we can give this much credence to interstellar beings and life, why can't we talk about Jesus Christ coming home? That's because I'm not very religious, Minister Charles. I don't know what these guys are, but I kind of leave religion out when it comes to these conversations because I'm kind of nefarious when it comes to that. You know what I mean? I was born and raised as a Christian, but I've come to believe more in my spirituality than I believe in a particular religion. And so I don't particularly
he's not a dumb guy though, the minister, because he's also asking you this too. So he's asking you what your understanding of quantum and metaphysics, and that's a question to you. And Minister Charles Johnson, before you answer, Minister Charles Johnson, I have a pretty good understanding of quantum.
I got a pretty good understanding of metaphysics myself, but I'll keep that private. You know what I mean? Because that's a deep conversation. That's a conversation for a whole other show.
Well, I think that's his question to you, though.
Yeah, that's my answer to it. I'll keep that to myself for now. You know, metaphysics is a totally different way of looking at the world, and you're in it. Totally.
Yeah. That the quantum, the numbers, and ain't nobody got time for all that. I mean, if you want to study it and it's beneficial to your life, cool. I'm still trying to figure out the goddamn metric system, and I gave up on it. So between quantum and metaphysics, yeah, whatever.
I could teach you the metric system, bro. We use it all the time over here.
Yeah,
I'm just messing around. That was a total Canadian pot shot for all America.
You know what's kind of spooky about this whole thing is how because we have so many different belief systems, different religions on this planet, we got everything. It's everybody's belief system seems to me wouldn't collide. It would all come together here, and we all believe in something, whatever it is, whether it's God, Allah, Buddha, whatever it is, whatever you believe in is just something, a particular being that you believe in, right? And so instead of us colliding about it, seems like something like this would bring people together and say, you know what, we might name it different, we might view it different, we might call it something different, but it's the same thing in faith. You know what I'm saying? It seems like something like this would bring people together. But I know.
You mean like how COVID brought people together?
Hold on. I know for a fact that people have gotten so tribal in this world that this is the particular thing that will spread us apart even more. People will get even more tribal because the stupidity. It is so fucking stupid in the space that we live in as a world community. So people get so tribal. You would expect that if something like this was real and it got to our solar system and got to the range where we could see it and actually observe what it is and what it might be capable of, people would find reasons to be at each other then, because people have gotten completely stupid. Completely. And it's fucking disgusting and embarrassing as a human being to know that my other fellow human beings are this stupid.
Well, you still got human beings talking about, well, the earth is flat, right?
Oh, man, don't even get me started.
But I mean, these people are here. It's like, I have not seen anything flat as far as an orb or a sphere. Okay. And it's like, well, how do you prove that? Well, you don't.
Well, so, hold on now. I don't know.
God, are you a flat earther kid?
I'm not a flat earther at all. I think it is the heights of BS conspiracy. Mind you, there are two aspects of the flat earth question that we should all probably ask. Number one is like, why haven't we been back to the moon?
Not a question I really care about or wonder about.
But that's a general.
What does that have to do with the Earth being flat?
Somebody probably
it has a lot to do with it, man. It has a lot to do with it because
somebody got bit by a dog up there.
That's why. No, I'm serious.
But what does the moon have?
How are you the guy talking about 31 Atlas making jokes about dogs on the moon? This is the same guy. I'm just saying if the Earth is if it's flat and we're just kind of living in a like a dome, if you will, there's a word I'm looking for and I'm blanking out on the word. But if that's the case and we can't break through to actually get to the moon, which would explain the reasons behind why they decided to make their own little movie, moon landing movie, it speaks a lot. It also speaks to how come the flight lines are all sort of over one area, sort of.
Don't start me talking about.
Isn't that a jet stream?
The flight lines doesn't necessarily go around the planet because they don't. They just don't. There's probably easier ways to get to places if you can fly than going via the flight lines that they generally take. It's just a little weird thing. Oh yeah.
So, but what does any of this have to do with Earth being flat?
It all does. These are just general questions that we should have answers to that also lead to potentially the Earth being flat. Here's another one. What's going on in Antarctica?
What's going on?
How come nobody's gone over there and seen what's going on?
What?
And if they have,
what's going up there?
Maybe they got a McDonald's out there. I don't know what they got.
I mean, shit. I ain't even been to Canada. Why am I going to Antarctica?
because nobody's been there and somebody should probably go. If you're telling me that the earth is round, I can only assume, but it hasn't happened. Like, I can only assume that somebody's flown in a plane over Antarctica to the other side.
Well,
This
yeah,
has never occurred.
there's stuff. There's been expeditions up there.
The flight lines don't go out. There's been. I'm talking in a plane. I'm not talking about it like Jeff in a with mucklucks on walking.
So what
Why
does this
has
have
there
anything
been-
to do with the Earth being flat? I don't see the correlation of any of that.
If
Drag
you're
them
flying,
trip.
You're flying.
I mean, because if you look at
you're
any
flying
orb,
over Antarctica in a plane, you could prove to the rest of the world very easily that the Earth is not flat.
well, how come every time I've seen or been in a plane, literally in a plane, 30,000 feet, and you look out over the horizon of the Earth and you see like the little curvature, and when the sun goes up and comes down, as the orb turns closer to that, it shines. If the shit was flat, wouldn't it just kind of flip like a flapjack? And so it would be like sun dark because it's flipping.
Look,
Yeah.
I don't have.
Oh,
Look,
you ain't got
Sway.
shit to say about that though.
Sway, I don't have all the answers, bro. I'm really not a flat
Yes,
earther.
But everything is an orb. It's
I'm
an
not.
orb shaped like egg or round, not perfectly
Kids,
round.
you don't fit into that category. Stop trying to play like you can understand.
I'm just
that
saying
way of
there
thinking.
are-
Motherfucker, you didn't eat crayons when you were growing up. All right.
I did not. There's questions that should be asked across the board that we should have answers to.
But here's the thing though. Here's the thing. If the Earth was round or if the Earth was flat, is your rent still due tomorrow?
It is, and this is generally why I don't pay any attention to this type of stuff.
Exactly.
And
because if we lived all this life, however old we are, however old you are watching or listening to this, and the debate hasn't been settled, well, is it round or is it flat? Does it matter?
hey,
I mean,
all I know is
granted, I believe it's round, but okay, it's flat. Oh shit, I've been lied to all this time. Oh shit, I guess I don't have to pay bills this month.
Well, hold on now. So, and this is where things again get interesting. So if, and we're just going to take a minute and say the world's flat just for a second. If the world actually was flat and the powers that be, because I have nothing else to give it, like to call them, and the powers that be have gone to the lengths that they have to disprove that fact and present a round earth to us. Imagine the lengths and the depths of the lies that we're being told. So that's where this all sort of stems into or rolls into. But again, this guy's a skeptic. I don't really believe any of this shit, but there are some questions that should be asked.
Mm-hmm.
all right.
Well, if
Let me
the Earth is flat, where is gravity? How does that work?
yeah, it don't make no sense, man. Look, you didn't eat crayons. Kids didn't eat crayons. We don't need to.
You know, but this is
talking
something
about
that-
crayon
that-
eaters. This guy's
They
believes
smell- they smell-
here to sit in the sky.
How many
You open a box
are
of
in the-
crayons. You open a
communicate
box
with
of crayons as a child. They have a particular smell. It's a little interesting.
Yeah, it's some waxy, kind
Listen,
of bitter.
There's some kids in there that was back there chewing on that shit. Weirdo ass motherfuckers.
Hey,
You
what's
wasn't
up, Andre? You know who you are, Andre.
But the thing is, it's like there's a segment of the population that believes the Earth is flat. Just flat out believes it. Not asking questions. It's like, yeah, no, this is what it is. The moon landing was a fake. The Earth is flat, and water is not wet, or whatever. But these are our fellow human beings that we share the planet with, that are stupid, that are gullible, that are whatever they are, and we are here. They are on social media, they got voices, they're commenting in sections, as nutty as they are. These are the people that the aliens, when they come down, it's like, hey, nomad kids, you all got pretty good brains on your shoulders, but this dude trips. Yeah, he's buffet material. And it's like, as a human being, it's like, all right, do you fight for, let's say, people that the aliens, quote unquote, don't approve of? But it's like, yeah, you're cool, but your mom, nah, we're gonna eat her. Or you gonna just let him eat her and be like, well, Mom, I get to go to space, so good luck with that.
Pause with that. Hold on. Let me take y'all somewhere else before we close this show. Let me ask you a question, Trips. I'll start with you, man, just because you just got through talking. Like, for me, I consider Egypt Africa. You know, even though it is considered Egypt on its own, but I consider that Africa. That's part of Africa.
Yeah.
What do you think, kids? Do you consider Egypt Africa?
Of course.
All right, let me show you something. So they found this very, very recently. This is a
Quatu, open your mind. Right on time, Quatu.
listen, if you look at this very, very closely, look at this really closely.
Get your ass to Mars.
You'll see humans down in that hole, just to show you the size of this head. This is basically a statue that they've started to unearth in Egypt, somewhere near actually Cairo, not that far from it. This is an Egyptian statue. And there's people running around the earth that really think that, you know, these weren't black people. That delusional to believe these weren't black people. I'm pretty sure this is my fucking cousin Donnell. I'm pretty sure. They made a statue out. This is my cousin Donnell.
Why would you even question what
There's people out here that will argue that
who
for their own selfish reasoning, that like these things, this is like somewhere 8,000-9,000 years old, maybe more. You know, there's people that really believe that these can't be black people.
Well, those people are also, you know, of a white supremacist kind of mentality.
I don't understand how you could possibly have that.
So
I don't like, you can argue it. Like, hold on a second. Somebody can argue it from a perspective of complete ignorance. a look at where Egypt is on a map. Like there's that factor. B, like in those times you could walk to Egypt from Africa. Like it's not, you know what I mean? It's
right.
This is how it's a stone's throw away from each other. The next thing to consider is again the races that wound up taking over Egypt, Romans and Greeks, would have changed the general look of those people just by taking over those countries and assimilating into those countries, right? Like that's what you have in the Middle East. It is a mixture of those again.
There was none of that happening during this time. This is a black man.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the original man. I mean, look at that.
I'm not trying to say he's not black.
Look at those lips and look at those nostrils looking like Sam.
This is clearly the visage of a black person. I'm just trying to explain to you that the only way you could argue that he's not is from a place of not understanding that the Roman Empire existed and the Greek Empire existed before it. And like, here's another empire that existed before those two, and that is Hannibal, who is an African who ran up into Egypt as well. Like you either you know that level of history or you don't.
Or a lot of them do, but they're just
argue
without. They're not arguing it; they're whitewashing it. It's not an argument, and they know that it's that, you know, the original man, all that. But it's like, yeah, we don't want that in our past. We don't want that as our history. So here's what real history is, and if you don't believe it, we're gonna kill you. So I mean, there's a lot of that going on, you know, with the conquests and the what do you call them? Not the executioners, but the colonizers. You know what I mean? The colonizers, you know, got to be the originals. So, but yeah, look at those lips. You got those salmon nostrils. You know, that's the original man. And Egypt, you know, the Ring of Fire, when it was all connected before it became a ring, you know, Egypt was right there in Africa. So it's spread out. Now it's just there.
So in the history books, Egypt was recently named Egypt. The area that we call Egypt now was called ancient Kemet.
Yeah.
And that's what this is. So you're talking about Sumerian history. You're talking about, like, this is one of the areas of the world that I want to visit I want to see the Valley of the Kings. I want to see. I want to get my eyes on the pyramid myself. I want to see the Sphinx. I want to know what's underneath all of that, because they're just now unearthing a lot of this stuff. I think the sand is covering up a lot of truth to the world underneath the sand. So what we see with the Sphinx, what we see with the pyramid, what's underneath all of that is a whole world to be explored. And the truth is underneath that sand, in my opinion.
I don't know. I'll leave it under there because I saw Alien versus Predator, and I don't want to dig nothing up.
I saw the Mummy. I'm kind of with you there too. The other thing to talk about with respect to this is the fact that nothing got a nose. None of those other stuffs out there got noses.
They didn't have time to blow the nose off this one.
And this is what I'm trying to say. So they just didn't destroy the nose on this particular one. It
looked like they was trying. Look at
including the Sphinx, they've destroyed the nose on, because very likely that nose looks like a certain, looks like a certain.
Like my cousin Darnell, don't it?
Samo. Yeah, it's like Darnell Samo. It's got that Darnell Samo nose. We can't have that. We got to have that little thin pointed nose like our people.
Man, dude, it's a lot of people that would like. I think history and what we see as history, the provisions that were made to make history look like something to benefit a lot of people. The truth is way, way back there in the details, way back there. And so as we unearth things like this, you see those tiny humans at the bottom of this guy's skull. It's just to show you how massive this fucking thing was. I bet you don't a lot of people know that, that the pyramid in Egypt is mathematically perfect and impossible given the time and the space that thing was built. How was that thing built? How?
A lot of slaves, engineers, a lot of measurements using the sun and, your abacabi. That's plural for abacus, kids. And adding up those numbers and just, carry them stones up there and make this this temple, in honor of these people, these gods, these, emperors or whoever the fuck they were. But isn't it kind of not sacrilegious, but grave robbing or disrespectful to be digging up, burial grounds?
I don't know why you're digging up a burial ground for, really.
Well, I mean, that's what's under the pyramids. I mean, the pyramid is basically a big ass headstone, and underneath is the burial chamber for the emperor, the whoever's buried down there. That's their resting place.
Well, I'm not sure how right he is, because
he's right. There's a system underneath there.
No, that I know. I'm just saying I'm not sure if we really know what the pyramid's actual purpose is. I don't think its purpose is to be a headstone or anything to that effect. I think its purpose is probably much more interesting than any one of us actually know. I don't think those things, and like why I'm saying crazy shit like this is because, again, those three buildings, it's not just one, the three of them are in perfect alignment with the stars.
Right.
Which is,
but now aren't all of the above ground part, isn't that solid through with stone? They're solid, right? All the pyramids are solid up top.
Yes.
And so the chambers and nothing really happens until you get subterranean.
Oh, I'm not sure if it's, I don't know if it's fully solid. There may be actual catacombs that go all the way through. I mean,
it's like when you go into Luxor in Vegas, it's a big black pyramid on the outside, but when you walk in, it's hollow. And you got the interior of the pyramid, and then you probably have the catacombs underneath. But I always thought that the actual pyramids themselves were solid. There was no hollow inside of the actual, the pyramid part. So that's why I went headstone, because it's all about the burial chambers underneath, I thought.
I knew exactly what you meant, Trips. That's why I kind of followed that up.
No, and I agree. I'm just like,
but just to line it up with the stars. Now, it may be because they were using Orion's belt or the stars to make their measurements, and that's why they're so precise, because they use their abacabi, that's plural for abacabuses, and they use the stars as alignment to, it's like, all right, we're gonna line this one up here, we're gonna line this one up here, and we're gonna line this one up here, perfect, that kind of thing.
For what though?
Because these people wanted their shit.
If you're gonna build a house, you line it up with the Big Dipper.
Well, but who's buried in the pyramids? Aren't they all King Tut? Kings, pharaohs. These are people that have a very high opinion of themselves, and so the people have to give them a big burial, a big send off. The Vikings, they would put them on fire and put them on a boat. And Egypt, big ass pyramids and put them underneath them.
I ask you a crazy question though, like the level of engineering, potential death, as well as of like human labor that it would take to create something like the pyramids, solely for the purpose of the potential death of a pharaoh.
Well, that's what the slaves were for, at the sparrow's expense.
For real though? Like, I'm just saying,
slaves didn't mean shit. The slaves were there to hey, you pick up that stone. Hey, that stone fell on them and crushed them. Okay, next, get the next slave, pick up that stone. We gonna get that stone up there. How many slaves' lives did it cost? Who cares? Because slaves' lives don't mean shit.
Well, okay, and I agree with you in that capacity, but like, wouldn't you, if you were running the show? And
I don't agree with that.
And you had a bunch of, but it's not crazy. What he's saying is not
crazy.
It's not crazy given the scenario we're talking about. If we're talking about a pharaoh who's building a pyramid, slaves are probably really the least of his worry. What's like the flip side of this argument is like, wouldn't you actually want your slaves to do slave labor for you? That's
why do we
as opposed to building this thing outside?
Wait, you mean so your forever resting place, your tomb is not important? You think?
No, I'm not saying. I'm not saying
that you think that somebody who would have a head this size built in their image is.
But I'm alive right now, and I need a sandwich. Wouldn't I rather my slave labor to go fix me an effing sandwich?
You know how many slaves they get? They get the house
thing I'm gonna die in. Like that's what they're gonna build.
Slaves. They got the slaves that keep the bed warm. They got the slaves that raise the kids. They got slaves that got jobs. And guess what? One of them house slaves mess up, they can go out there and pick one up them damn rocks.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, man. Y'all taking this to a way too trivial place, man. Dude, all that old slavery shit. So what if any of that? What if none of that was?
How many people were buried alive in the tomb with the corpse?
Who do you think built the pyramids, bro?
Listen, bro.
But I mean,
the slaves were involved.
Listen.
There were how many alive people? I mean, living people were buried with a corpse, but they were alive when they were buried.
I don't know.
Those were slaves.
Okay. Anyway. Let's move past that point and get to the point we just made about the fact that this appears to be my cousin Donnell. And there's a lot of people that want to just act like this doesn't exist. There's no way Black people were this great in history. And there's always been this thing since I can remember. People, when I became somebody that could think. I can always think, but to be a real thinker, you have to open your eyes to some things. And these things are, if I've always heard that if Black people ever figured out how great they actually are, the rest of the world will be in trouble. These kinds of things like this lead me to those conversations that I've had. People have told me throughout the years, like, hey man, look, you way better than you think you are. And this is the point here. Look at this, man. We talking about, I don't know exactly who built it, how they built it. I don't know. That's unimportant to me at this point. The fact that it's here and it's older than we have recorded history, That's the argument. That's the conversation. How old is this motherfucker? How old is this? And this is in ancient Kemet, not fucking Egypt, as we call it right now. That's the point I'm making. All the other stuff about slaves building, I don't care nothing about that. That's a whole other conversation, man. But look at this is greatness, man.
Well, greatness in worship to a person, or greatness in engineering?
The engineering itself by itself. Just leave it there.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, but just in general, what kids are saying is, you know, it's like, yeah, there's needs and wants, but the narcissism, let's say back then, it was on like 100. You know, hence all of the statues and
wait, hold on. I'm gonna shut you down right now, because Trips, right now, if you can get 800,000 slaves to build you a statue of Triple R, you know, like hell, you fucking do it because you think Triple. Okay, so stop criticizing.
Yeah, that's narcissistic like Triple R. That's narcissistic as fuck.
All right, then.
Right. Stop, you know, it's like 800,000. It's like, yeah, of course, it is good to be the king. You know what I'm saying? You know, because guess what? You not the slave because you the king. And if you the king, it's like, oh, all of y'all bitches is my slaves. You know what I'm saying? But if I'm not the king, it's like, no, I don't want to be a slave.
Man,
but if you the king, it's like,
there'll be a Triple R statue in a minute if that motherfucker had an opportunity.
Statue? You mean?
I don't know what y'all talking about.
There's
food that needs to be eaten, and there's people who need to. There's things that need done. You know what I mean?
Like, Kez will be a benevolent ruler.
No, I'm not sure how benevolent slavery is.
How many slaves would you feed?
It's not a benevolent situation.
Wait, well, but Kez, how many slaves per week would you feed to the lions?
I ain't feeding nobody to the lions if you're working.
Well, you see, that's why you're not gonna be in charge.
If you ain't working, you might get fed to the lions. You see
what is this might? What is this might? I mean, I'm talking about entertainment.
You gotta threaten. You know what I mean?
Shut your black-hearted ass up, man. Nobody doing all that shit.
Who's black-hearted?
That's
Pharaoh.
Trips. I'm talking about Trips' ass.
Oh, okay.
You how do you think you keep 800,000 slaves in check when you ain't got 800,000 people?
You have an army.
You make them scared. And
how do you make
them scared? It's like, I don't want to get to feed to the lions. I ain't gonna do nothing. It's like, damn right, you ain't gonna do nothing.
Fear. Like
that's how you rule. It's not about love, it's about fear.
I'm not saying you're wrong. You ain't wrong. I'm just saying that if I've got 800 slaves, they're gonna do stuff that supports my living case scenario much more so than my dying case scenario.
Well, but here's the thing though, if you're getting close to your death, you don't care about the planet after you leave, other than leaving your mark on it. So that means all these 800,000 slaves, they can all die in essence to build me my pyramid.
No, like I have a legacy. I have children. My children require things being done, and
that's why you and your kids would have been killed, like in the first episode.
All right, let's get ready to transition.
Going back
let's get ready to transition out of. He's talking about unalive and shit. Let's transition out of this conversation.
Sounding like X-Files.
All right. So we can hey, listen, make sure everybody that enjoyed this content, whether it was Bear's conversation, whether it was this off-topic 31 Atlas, pharaohs in Egypt, anything that you enjoyed this night, if you were here and you enjoyed this show and you got the subscribe button next to you, hit it, please, because we're gonna come with it every week. That's what we do on some extra sauce. And that's it, man. You know, we have a good time over here talking about bears and having some off-topic conversation. This is like the kind of stuff that happens when the cameras are not on and we're not doing a live show.
I ain't talking about no 31 Atlas when the show's on. I'll just let y'all know that. But we can continue.
All right, man. Let me just finish, man. All right. You son of a bitch. Let me finish.
All right.
All right. How about this? I'm gonna go ahead and throw this alley over the kids, man. Over to Canada, man. Let's finish this thing off with some pleasantries before we get up out of here.
Well, shout outs to Kwatu for joining up. He didn't tell me to get my ass to Mars this time around, but I did happen to bring up Elon Musk, and maybe that's where we wind up, or we wind up there's great songs for all of these things. The good old Letting the Days Go By. It's all about underwater shit. Definitely a good old school track. I'm yet to find a good Mount Weather bunker track, but my guess is there's got to be one somewhere. Anyways, we've talked about some wild stuff. We got into some good old Chicago Bears football as per normal. O-line, still trying to figure it out. Running back room, still trying to figure it out. Quarterback, still trying to figure it out. We got a ways to go before we get into the actual season. When we do, fingers crossed. Hopefully it looks good under Ben. I have a feeling that Ben, worst case scenario, will tailor things to look semi-decent. And I got to give this coaching staff a bunch of love, because I like how forthwith they are. They're not really talking BS or being very guarded, and that includes Declan Doyle as well. He's being pretty forthwith with his commentary as well. But anyways, that's some quick Bear stuff. Big ups to all you guys for coming through. The Good Minister was with us. Marlon Johnson was with us. Derek Guy was with us. Andre Bryant's all over the chat. Bear Review was with us. The Crooked Commish jumped in.
Over 100 people with us, man, right now through all of that.
Brilliant. The Bishop was holding it down with us. Same with D Nice. Illy Jones jumped in. Brandon Anderson was with us for the better part of the night here tonight. Thanks for coming through, Brandon. It's Crimson's been here all night long. Same with Ricky Leahy, Ricky LaFleur. Good to see you, Ricky. It's Crimson's got the wrench. Thanks for holding it down all night long, Crimson. Gotta give you a whole bunch of respect. Crimson's with us from the get-go to the bitter end. Mad love for Crimson for sure. The Scrolls is with us, cracking jokes. He's taking all the women and running into a bunker, and somehow Nomad is invited. There you go, Nomad. You are safe from the alien invasion. Me and Triple R are just gonna hold it down at like a Walmart or something. I think they would just take over Walmart. They got everything you need in there.
Ice cream section.
See. Fart Man was with us.
Let me ask you a question, kid.
Yeah.
In that transition video that you just saw, did you read the words that were on there?
I did read them. I didn't memorize them though.
Okay. It says, okay. Now I'm gonna leave that alone, man. I'll leave that alone.
Why? No, you brought it up. Go ahead. Shout out to
go.
Big Sam, man. Big Sam was with us. Same with Manilow Barry, who not to be confused with Barry Manilow. Let's put that out there right now. Ron C, Ron Winarski, Bear Truth 9 was with us tonight too. Cam C was with us. We had a good crowd tonight, man. Leo Factor was all over the chat too. Who else was super active tonight? DG was with us tonight. Daryl Gibson, thanks for coming through, Daryl. Anyone else? Bears fan Goomba. Our guy Nick was with us, man. Good to see you, Nick. Who else is out there? Paul Martin jumped in. So we had a pretty good chat about all kinds of crazy madness. Shout out to Levante Rogers. He's a supernomaniac. You should be as well. We multi-streamed it out pretty hardcore here on Keds the Canuck. Thank you for coming through. Did the same damn thing right here at the Nomad Network. And my guy Triple R held it down with us all night long as well, doing the darn thing for Sports Chicago style. I'll pass the mic down to my brother so he can give it a little bit of love before we head on out.
Just real quick. Ellie Jones said it's all about being remembered for an eternity and talking about the pharaohs and such. But it also reminded me of it was two different movies that was a main line or thought for was Gladiator, the first one with Russell Crowe. Said what
Are you
you
not entertained?
but what you do in life will echo in eternity, which is also similar to what Brad Pitt said in that movie Troy when he was trying to be the greatest warrior ever. So yeah, it's all about the leaving the legacies. And our legacy right now, Keds' legacy is at Keds a Canuck, other than the kids' legacies. But yeah, Keds a Canuck, his online creative content YouTube channel legacy, as well as mine, Sports Chicago Style. As you've heard tidbits of the various content that we get out and coming out in the very near future over the course of the last 4 hours of extra sauce that we bring to you every Wednesday. So please make sure you are subscribed to the channel. And if you are watching this later, hey, how you doing? Glad that you watch us later. Sorry you couldn't watch us live, but next Wednesday, try to watch us live. All right, thanks. Come again.
Amen to that, man. Listen, like Trip said, this is 4 hours worth of content that you ain't gonna get nowhere else. Nowhere else can they start talking about bears and in depth like the way we do it, and end up talking about 31 Atlas and a pharaoh that just got dug up, his statue in Egypt or ancient Kemet. Nowhere else can you do that and hold an audience. Nowhere. That's why I look forward to this show every single week with these two guys, man. They're inquisitive in their minds. They're talented as shit, both of them. And that's something that, will become more and more evident as we move forward, man. These guys are extremely talented, man. These are extremely talented people that I'm sitting here sharing the stage with. And I just need to make sure that people know that. They're talented with their way of thinking. They're talented with what they can create. You know what I mean? These are very talented people, man. And I should probably say that more often, man. So we thank you all for being here, 100 plus strong, still as I speak right now. Man, it's just fun to have conversations that are off the beaten path and have Bears conversations at the same time. All the stuff about Caleb, the left tackle, all this stuff is real stuff that we need to talk about. And pretty soon we'll, the hail get in the barn soon. You know what I mean? Very, very soon we'll find out exactly what we have going on inside Hallis Hall. And everybody is beating that dead horse. And it's almost not even fun talking about it when we get on the show. But it's worth having these discussions, differing opinions being put out there, put forth. And we all have that discourse. It's cool. It's all right, man. It's all right. The truth is, Caleb Williams, this Bears team, that offense and that defense are about to have trial by fire with 17 games, man. And we're going to find out exactly what we have going on, man. So that's what I'm looking forward to see. I don't care anything about how many yards he gets in a game, how many yards he has at the end of the season. That shit is kaput to me. Holla at me when we get the wins. That's it. I don't care about all that kind of stuff, man. That's all I care about. At the end of the day, this is a Bears podcast that can venture out and have other conversations. Hope you all enjoyed it, but I got to leave you all with these famous words. If you can think it and you can see it, there's no reason in the world why you cannot absolutely manifest it. Do not, and I repeat, do not be a prisoner of your own mind. But with that being said, we are